Namaskar and a very good morning. I am Surbhi Jajoria, the Communications Manager at the Federation of Seed Industry of India, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all to today's conference, Role of Vegetable Seed Sector in Making India a Global Seed Hub. When we say vegetable seed sector, it also includes fruits and flowers. Together, these form the backbone of our horticulture industry and play a vital role in India's agricultural growth story. Ladies and gentlemen, for the inaugural session, I request our dignitaries to kindly grace their presence on the dais, please. Mr. Rajveer Rathi, Vice Chairman FSII, Director Agricultural Affairs and Policy, Bayer Crop Science. Mr. Ram Kornia, Advisor FSII. Dr. Celia Chalam, Head Division of Plant Quarantine, NBPGR. And Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar, Executive Director at the Federation of Seed Industry of India. Also, there is a short update because of the ongoing parliamentary sessions. Our chief guest, Mr. Ajit Kumar Sahu, and our guest of honor, Dr. D.K. Yadava, will be joining us shortly. They are occupied with the sessions, ongoing sessions. They'll join us shortly. Before we begin with the session, it is time to formally welcome our guest, Dr. Celia Chalam, with flowers. May I please request our advisor, Mr. Ram Kornia, to welcome Dr. Celia Chalam with flowers, please. A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished guests on the dais, invited speakers, esteemed representatives from FSII and NSAI, members from research institutions and academia. A very warm welcome to the inaugural session of our conference, Opportunities and Challenges in Realizing the Potential of India as a Global Seed Hub. India's vegetable seed market is uniquely dynamic, supported by diverse consumer base, regional preferences, increased health awareness, and significant technological progresses. Our agro-climatic diversity, skilled workforce, and cost-effective production make India a natural seed exporter. However, to become a true global seed hub, we must strengthen our R&D, streamline regulatory frameworks, and boost international collaboration. Today's program brings together an impressive lineup of government representatives, industry leaders, and researchers who will guide us on how to translate these opportunities into global leadership. With this, may I please request Mr. Rajveer Rathi, Vice Chairman FSII and Director Agricultural Affairs and Policy, Bayer Crop Science, for his opening remarks and setting the context of the conference, please. Over to you, sir.
The senior officials from Ministry of Agriculture, APEDA, I can see from DPPQS, I can see from NPPGR. And this conference was pending for long, not for the reason that the attention was not there, but there are a lot of things which are just happening over there, and it took a lot of time that how and when to make it. And someone in the morning was telling that, oh, we have a less number of people. I said, I see it differently. It's not about getting more people into the room, but the quality of people, the people who are seriously engaged into the business of vegetable, and collectively they would like to see that what best can be done to take this vegetable sector to the next level. Couple of suggestions, like, today, if I can invite you all to imagine a seed, not just the beginning of a crop, but I think it's a beating heart for India's food security, food sovereignty, rural livelihood, and so on and so forth. Just building upon what Surbhi has said, India is the world's second largest producer of vegetables today, which is really good, something to cherish about it. In addition to what our breeders, what our vegetable seed company, what our public sector has done it, but in addition to that, look at the farmer. If you look at today, the water scarcity, the availability of the water, and vegetable is one sector where you need water every second or third day. So let's be, proud of our farming community despite all challenges, they are able to provide the critical factor besides genetics, the water to the plant, so that they can bear fruit on regular basis, because we run into multiple cuttings or harvesting, if I can put it in that way. In the last 4 decades, our vegetable production has almost doubled. If I look at in 1990s and today, it has moved from 10 million metric ton to 10 metric ton per hectare to 18 metric ton, per hectare today. So it's a remarkable, achievement, and that's on a sustainable basis. It's not just one good year and the farmers has got it, but it is stable, it's increasing, and it's likely to increase further. In terms of market for the vegetable seeds, we stands today at around 740 million today, and on track to reach crossing 1 billion by 2030, outpacing some of the global players over there. Hybrid seeds now make 80% of our market, which is a testimonial to the power of scientific innovation and the farmer's adaptability. But the story is not just about numbers. Behind every statistic, there is a progress against a lot of adversity, if I can call it. And some of the examples where the farmers really proved, I have just picked a few of the examples. A farmer in Maharashtra tripling okra yield, that's really good. R&D teams developing seed that extend shelf life by 10 days. And 10 days means a lot for farmers. If he has yield, he is not able to store. To the fruit and vegetable vendor who is selling, he's getting 10 extra days means that his loss is being reduced to significant lower levels. So it's a remarkable silent achievements which goes unnoticed. So we also talk about that besides color, shape, size, taste, what other innovations are happening silently, we also need to talk about it. Despite these advances, we still lose around 30% of our basis harvest to post-harvest inefficiencies, which is also we need to address, and we'll see that how it can be addressed today. Today, as we gather to discuss the future of Indian vegetable seed sector, let's ask 3-4 questions to us. We don't want to make this conference generic. We have identified 4 to 5 topics. What are the pain points? What needs to be done? And with whom we have to work and collaborate the way we had worked so far, just to strengthen public-private partnership. Because farmer getting anything, he is not so much bothered about. What he's bothered about is, or what his wish is, his or her, is how best seed genetics I can get it, how best crop agronomy services I can get it, how best crop nutrition I can manage, how best crop protection, crop health management I can do it, and most important is post-harvest, transportation, storage, and making it available at the right place where he can fetch the right price of his produce or of his hard work which he has just put in, not just himself alone, but his entire family. If you look at, we are the country of smallholder farmers. And these 4 things are the questions which are there are, how do we accelerate the journey from lab to land? Very critical. We had covered a successful journey, but how to make it much better? How we can ensure every farmer, regardless of size or region, benefit from the latest breakthroughs? How do we turn around India as a global seed hub? That's also really important. And at the same time, I think there is another biggest responsibility on all of us. Often we talk, but somehow we are not able to reach to a level where we can very well fairly say that how IP can be protected. Although we have invited experts from PPWare Authority, they will join in some time during the day. So these are the 4-5 things which we all need to focus together. And just to conclude, my humble submission is for the rest of the sessions, how we stick to the time, how we stick to the subject, because there are a lot of people who has planned their day to go back to their respective headquarters. So Surabhi, back to you, and once again I welcome. Just another thing, we had also invited Joint Secretary Seed, DDG Crop Science. So they will join us. They got stuck up because of the ongoing parliament session. They agreed to come in the morning, but they assured us that they will join the deliberations during the daytime. I once again welcome on behalf of Board of Federation of Seed Industry of India, and look forward for fruitful, outcome-based, deliberations at the end of the day. Thank you so much and welcome again. Surabhi, back to you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Mr. Ram Cornea, advisor of the Federation of Seed Industry of India and a veteran thought leader of India's seed industry, to share his insights on India's vegetable seed sector strategic roadmap.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our honored guest on the stage. And I'm happy to see the whole vegetable community here from our members. It doesn't happen very often, not in my presence in any case, but I think you all have some meetings in Bangalore now and then. But overall, I think this is a good occasion for all of us to review a bit about kind of a strategic map for the industry. And what is, I'm going to talk about the role of the industry itself, and I also would like to talk about the policy imperatives for the growth of the vegetable seed industry. As Rajveer has already explained, and he has actually elaborated quite well on the needs, so I don't want to go too much into that aspect. But if you see the challenge number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is only one, which is climate change and natural resource depletion. This is the biggest challenge for agriculture in general, and vegetables are no exception. Like Rajveer said, that vegetables needs more of water, and the farmer doesn't always get that level of water supply, but still he manages. And we have been able to increase horticultural production manifold in the past 10 years, 15 years, in spite of some of these constraints. But I think water stress is a big issue, soil organic matter, rapid depletion is another big issue, and climate change is a third big issue. I think we are talking in this background, although I will not go much deeper into these subjects, but we all should keep in mind that we are talking in the background of this biggest challenge that we are facing. But when we come directly to the consumer, who is the consumer of our foods? Our immediate customer is the farmer, but it is the consumer who is actually the final person who decides what he wants to eat. And we are all aware that there is a shifting in consumption patterns with increasing income levels and educational levels. There is a shift towards plant-based nutrition, which is also in a way is playing a critical role in the choice of crops that the farmer has to grow. Traceability of food, we all are aware of it, that traceability will become even more important than what it is today. And consumer is willing to pay higher price for value-added products. So this we all have seen in the last 10 years, and these changes, some of them were also triggered by COVID. After COVID, a lot of emphasis has come on nutrition, and consumers don't mind spending money for nutrition purposes. And consumers also in the food area are preferring branded products with reliable ingredients, which means that the traceability will show that these products are free of chemicals or free of other things which are not good for health. Touchless operation and delivery systems are gaining importance. The digital revolution which is taking place also gained importance. We all know today that hardly we go out to buy. Most of the things are delivered at home, and people are competing to deliver in 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Tomorrow they will deliver in 1 minute. So this is the way this whole thing is happening today. The trend is there. So that means in this context, the consumers' demands, consumers' expectations are going up dramatically. Consumers' expectations affect the vegetable seed industry much more than other industries, because vegetables are bought by the consumer for their color, shape, size, and various other physical characteristics also, apart from the nutrition and other things. So he doesn't see the other produce, agricultural produce, in its original form, but vegetables and fruits he will see in their original form. So that's why it's important that we, I think the alignment got a bit disturbed when it, okay. So what is the vegetable seed industry's role in this context? So vegetable seed, or any seed for that matter, is a genetic powerhouse that can enhance yields. This is the only input which has a genetic potential to enhance yields, fight biotic and abiotic stresses, and fight climate change. All these characters can be built into the seed, and vegetable seed is no exception. It is the most critical input that can help to feed the growing population. And so both food security and nutrition security are dependent on seed. Overall horticultural production will have to grow manifold to meet the demand. As it has grown in the last 15 years, it has to grow more in the coming 15 years. So this is also a fact, and as income levels are going up, as we know, the demand for foods, horticultural crops will go. Export potential is very high, and for the seed, along with the huge domestic market. That means we are talking of two opportunities, very big opportunities for the veg seed industry, and one should plan to meet both these, or encash both these opportunities. So keeping this in the background, I thought I will list out a few points which we look for support from the government. I will also list out a few points which are the responsibilities of the industry, right? Because we can't only say that we have to get so and so things from the government. We also have to be ready that these are the things we must do independent of what the government is doing. So both I will try to list out. One of the things that we have asked, and we have been asking for this for a long time, is to have a national agricultural strategy. Today I read in the newspaper that there is a new cooperation strategy which is released by the minister yesterday. You know, I saw the photograph, and so when you can have a national cooperation ministry releasing a strategy document, why can't we have a national agricultural strategy document in place, which is available to public, which is agreed between center and states, which is agreed between multiple political parties? Because we have seen that in many cases, especially in the case of new technologies, lack of alignment between multiple governments and other stakeholders creates hurdles in the progress of technology. So can there be an aligned approach? Can there be a strategic paper which released by the government which says that this is how we will achieve our agricultural growth in the next 15 years? When I was a member of Dr. Paroda committee set up by the principal scientific advisor, in the first meeting I said that let us get the national agricultural strategy document and let's discuss that if it has to undergo any changes. In spite of a lot of search, we could not find a document like that. So because agriculture is a state subject, a lot of agricultural policies are decided by the states, but as a nation, what are our priorities and what kind of technology map we have for the country, what kind of other things we want to do in agriculture. I think we also proposed a National Agricultural Council which must actually discuss these things, like a National GST Council, to discuss agriculture as a very important subject on the policy front. Second is that treating seed industry as a strategic pillar in the agriculture strategy. Once you have a strategy document, within that, what is the role of seed sector must be defined. And seed sector cannot be anything other than a strategic pillar in the strategy, because agriculture cannot grow without seed, right? And agriculture's growth is highly dependent on how the seed sector actually contributes to that. So that's why government must consider seed sector as a partner in this and must consider this as a strategic pillar in the growth of our agriculture. Seed is the basic input with the genetic potential to deliver. Seed industry's contributions to our agricultural growth in the last 30-40 years needs to be recognized. And it is, ICR has done a lot of work, seed industry also has done a lot of work, both together have done a lot of work. I think both have played their roles, and we must understand the role that seed industry has played. and it has to be made a partner, and separate out companies with long-term stakes. This is a very critical point. When we say industry in the mind of the government or in the minds of stakeholders, when we say industry, they get in their mind all the 400 companies. But all the 400 companies are not equal, right? They're all different levels of companies. That's why it calls for a nuanced approach from the government on policy support for different categories of companies. So we must recognize that there is a set of companies with long-term stakes, and that is the difference between them and the others. And from FSII, we published a Bij Ratna program, and this is something which we would like the government to examine seriously, so that it is a recognition program for those who are investing in research and who have long-term stakes in the business. The research investments must go up. All of you are aware of ICR's policy paper number 44, which actually showed that the return on investment in agricultural research is 1:13.5 or something like that. Means every 1 rupee you spend on research, you get 13.5 rupees back, which is a great return on investment. Very few investments will give you such returns. So then why are we not investing more? Seed industry must invest at least 10% of revenue on a research, and for that we need support to policy environment for research companies with predictable regulations and recognition of research companies through a national register. This is what we have been recommending from FSII for a long period of time. There must be a register. DSIR recognition is not enough. There must be a register which goes beyond DSIR recognition to recognize companies which are investing large amounts of money in research, and prioritization of areas for investment and tax incentives. So all this, once you identify the group, you can do a lot with that group. Public-private partnerships in market-driven seed research. This is very important. It doesn't make any difference. In this room, the same room, I heard many presentations about number of varieties released. Number of varieties released is not a parameter of, or not a measurement of success. How many varieties have occupied how much acreage in the farmers' fields is a real measurement. So that's why the quality of research is very important. Research must start with market research. If you don't understand market, don't waste money on your research. So first understand market, and then you do formulate your research objectives. So public-private partnerships driven by market-driven seed research to be promoted through consortia approach. Consortium approach is still getting formulated in many of the places, and this is something which we must, the consortium must have rewards in terms of return on investment, in terms of intellectual property protection and things like that. IP protection is the most critical thing to enhance research investments. We all know this, and we have a law, and the law implementation for a long period of time was a bit lackluster, but I think in the last 4 or 5 years it has picked up speed. We are very hopeful that this will be a game changer, and still enforcement is something on which we need to pay attention. So that is something where government also has to take a serious look, that without intellectual property protection, many people think that IP protection for seeds is anti-farmer. This is a complete misconception. Intellectual property protection is good for the good of the farmer, because only then you will have research investments, and only then you will have good quality, high quality varieties coming into the market. Otherwise, it's actually a disservice to the farmer that you don't have intellectual property protection. So I think this clarity of mind is very important, because activists may say many things, but I think the government must have that clarity of mind. Output management systems, just now Rajveer also talked about it, that the post-harvest output management and losses in post-harvest are also very high. So we have to modernize and digitize entire output management system. I have written about this in Agriculture Today also 2 months back, that the entire digitization of agricultural output is important. Today we don't have. Because we don't have that, we don't have proper data. We don't even know exactly in how many acres what crop is being grown, and how much is the actual production, how much is the yield, and the unit economics at the farm level we don't capture. I think that digitization, till it comes to, because traceability of seed which is being implemented through Sathi is not enough unless it is backed up by the entire output also getting digitized, and unless the retailer actually scans before selling, the traceability will not happen. So retailer has to scan whether he is selling seed or food or whatever. So I think that is where the digitization must come. Supportive legal structure for enhancing contract cultivation. A lot of vegetables are already going, and in future they will go more into value chain into value chain opportunities. When you go into value chain opportunities, contract cultivation becomes very important. We do have some state level guidelines on this, but there is no national level policy on contract cultivation, how to promote it, what are the difficulties in that, and there should be a legal support system for that. And elimination of post-harvest losses, this is also something about which I just talked. And there must be a targeted promotion of production clusters for export promotion. This we hear this many times, especially in the budget speech, but how much of that has actually happened at the ground level is something we must see. Indian farmer must become globally competitive. We can't export unless we are competitive in the international markets. What is competitiveness? One is cost, second is quality, and third is timely delivery. All these three are parameters on which your ability to export is decided. So can we do it? Can we produce at the competitive cost? Unless we increase yields, how will the unit cost come down? And unless we produce with a focus on quality, how will the quality go up? And unless we have predictability of production coming and being shipped out, which is very much dependent on the export procedures, how will you meet international schedules? These are all questions on which government needs to pay attention. Ease of doing business is a big subject. We have been talking about this at multiple levels. I think the licensing system we have is more of a constraint and a restriction than actually a facilitator. In each state we have to take licenses, and each state wants the product to be tested in each state, which means that ICR testing has no meaning for them. So if ICR testing has no meaning, then why ICR is doing testing? So if ICR tests and gives a certificate to a product, it must be accepted by all states. Otherwise it's of no use. It's a waste of time, money, energy, everything for the seed industry. So I think ICR testing and certificate should be accepted by all states. It will save 2 years of time. Cross-border movement of veg seeds and germplasm, export processes, implementation of biodiversity law with NBA related matters, all this needs streamlining. And we talked about this recently when I am in the committee of PPV and FRA, and in the committee also we said that PPV FRA doesn't stand in isolation. PPV FRA stands in combination with NBA and then biodiversity law and then various other things. So how do you take an integrated view of all these laws so that there is no conflict between laws? And all the laws must work together to promote a particular objective. I think that is also very important. That streamlining is very important. Seed production and quality management. Seed production is going to be the next biggest challenge for seed industry, for all seeds and even for vegetable seeds. I think there is a lot of effort needed there in terms of infrastructure, training, professionalizing the seed production system. Our seed production system is quite unprofessional currently in the market, with a lot of middlemen and a lot of practices that go on which are not necessarily very professional. So we have to set our sights on producing seed of global standards. Why should our farmer get a seed which is of a lower quality than the seed that is used by a farmer in US or in Australia? So why can't you have that target in our mind that we must produce? And for that, what is it that we need from the government? I think these are also things that we must really look at. Those who produce good quality seeds must get encouraged through some system. Having said all that, I have just last 4 points on what industry should do, because we can't depend only on government for everything. So industry also must have some responsibilities to take. When we say that 10% of revenue must be invested in research, it is the industry which has to invest. So I think we have to make sure that our companies, especially some of the companies who are committed to research, are able to, is this working? Can you hear me? So companies must also look at how much am I investing in research. Am I investing 8, 9, 10% in research of my revenue? That is one point. So we have to also understand that ours is a fragmented industry. Many companies are too small to invest large amounts in research. So there is a need for some kind of an aggregation, consolidation of research efforts. Instead of 50 companies investing 2 crores each, if 100 crores are invested in one research program and the results are shared by 50 companies, it is a better system. I am just throwing a number. But it has to be an optimized number in which a consortium approach need not be with ICR institutes. Even among private industry, you can have consortium approach and increase the critical mass in investment, because we know that research is a function of scale and number. So if you don't have scale in research, that research is useless actually. It doesn't produce anything. So when we want to produce high quality research, we must come together, and there must be, and we have to overcome the disadvantage of fragmentation. We have to use cutting edge technology, get it from anywhere in the world, doesn't matter, we must get it. And ICR study I already mentioned, 1:13.85 returns on investment, and we have to be more ready for PPP projects. We have to work with ICR and remove the trust deficit between ICR and private industry. This calls for effort from both sides, but I think from our side we must also make sufficient effort to bridge that gap and make sure that we get into, even if we identify 3-4 national high priority projects in which PPP is required, we must do that. Research means, again, market driven research is very important. So nutrition, immunity enhancement, yield, develop varieties, especially in vegetables for micro irrigation systems, mechanized operations, protected cultivation. A lot of our protected cultivation seeds are still imported. So why should we not spend money on investing in developing locally? These are harness biotechnology. Farmers' welfare must be at the center of all activities. You can't do a business where the customer is not at the center of your activities. So I think farmer education, promotion of best agronomic practices, investment in good quality marketing manpower. You have to have good talent in the field, those who are qualified to advise the farmer. The same paper has shown that the investment in extension work has a cost benefit ratio of 1:7.4. That means if you are investing 1 rupee in extension programs, you are getting back 7.5 rupees. It's a great return on investment again. So we must invest more in this, and not just to show as an expenditure, but the quality of work is what matters. You must employ good quality people in the field, and not those who just push products at dealers level, but there are people who could be used exclusively for farmer level extension work, and use digital infrastructure, which is really offering many options today. Seed production, I talked about it. Quality enhancement, I think we have to work on this as an industry. And finally, think big. I was in Singapore 2 weeks back making some discussions with investors, and more or less all the investors asked me that why Indian seed companies don't grow big. They asked me that the biggest company in India is 1500 crores company. What is 1500 crores in a global situation? So why can't you become a 3000 crore company? Why can't you become a 5000 crore company? Similarly, in vegetables, why the biggest vegetable seed company should be whatever it is, 600 crores, 700 crores? Why can't it be a much bigger opportunity? You have to think big. When you have to think big, I am not talking just about markets. I am saying that in your practices, the processes that you follow in the company, do you respect IP of others? This everybody must ask himself. We can easily tell PPV and FRA that enforcement is necessary, but are we, in our own minds, completely free from this thing of not respecting others' IP? And we must invest in generating genuine IP and high quality IP. IP also has qualities. You can have like research and innovation has quality, must invest in generating high quality IP. We have to develop a global vision. India itself is a huge opportunity, but you can also look at outside India. How do you think beyond India? But governance standards, this is where a lot of seed industry fails. Our governance standards are not up to the mark. This is one of the reasons why investors actually hesitate to invest in Indian seed companies. So governance standards means how do you conduct your legal compliances, how do you conduct your board meetings, how do you actually manage the whole company. And then eliminate cash from business. I know that this is a big temptation for many companies. This is what I talked about, the unprofessional production system we have. So how do you do that? Unless you take a decision in your mind that I will eliminate cash from my market, from my business, otherwise it won't happen. Tax compliances, like any legal compliances. ESG compliances, nowadays ESG is the buzzword. So environment, safety and governance, if you are not able to manage them according to global standards, you will not be considered to be of that quality. And there are now experts available who can guide you on that and then who can take you in that direction. All this will add to your value. And when your value goes up, investors will come. With investors' money, you can invest more. And with more investment, you can produce better quality varieties. With better quality varieties, you can become a global company and you can get some more investors. So it's a cycle. It's a self-perpetuating cycle. So I would say that the industry's responsibilities without any connection with government are also many. So I think we should look at all those things, and that would be my message today, that we will ask the government whatever we want from them, but we should also be ready to actually do what we have to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to have with us today Dr. Celia Chalam. I request ma'am to kindly share government's initiatives to promote seed exports and strengthen India's global presence. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Rajveer Rathi, Mr. Ram Kondinya, Mr. Raghavan, Dr. Bhattacharya, Director NIPB, Dr. Vibha Ahuja, my good friend, Chief General Manager, Biotech Consortium India Limited, and colleagues and friends from seed industry. The topic, Dr. D.K. Adva will be here in the afternoon. He will be speaking about it. I'm not actually representing him, so I'll speak about the germplasm. Germplasm is the backbone of any seed industry, right? And then most of you visit us, NBPGR, and you do import, you do export the germplasm, and we do quarantine and characterization and evaluation. Why I'm talking is last year in December, November, we had a workshop on phytosanitary and other import-export issues. And one of the outcome is public-private partnership, which Dr. Kaundinya has repeatedly emphasized, and our director, Dr. G.P. Singh, has put up that we FSII can have collaboration for the trade-specific evaluation of the germplasm and even the characterization. But we haven't heard from FSSI anything so far, and you are most welcome to have the collaboration from NBPGR. You know that we have 0.47 million germplasm accessions, and as such even vegetable crops germplasm also. So I request the FSII use this platform to have a collaboration for the trade specific evaluation of the germplasm, because I don't think so far anybody has offered this for the private industry. So the private industry should use this opportunity. And also we have the PGR portal, and also the MTA, SMTA, all the things. Most of you are aware about it. So any germplasm, if you want, you can contact NBPGR. And there is a provision for germplasm registration. All of you register the varieties with PPV FRA, because when we go for the quarantine and post-entry quarantine inspection, some of the private industry ask, how do we actually do the registration? You can do the registration with 4 environments data and publication in any NAS rated journal. It is not necessarily the journal should be rating should be 7 or 10. Any journal which is rated by the NAS, like you can do the germplasm. It is a soft protection. I think some of you may be registering the germplasm, but these are the requirements. And also in the DBT funded project, we have characterized a lot of germplasm, and also we have CRP on agro biodiversity, in that even the vegetable crops are being characterized, evaluated. So you can have the data from NBPGR or PGR portal, or if it is not available, you can always come and ask the NBPGR. And yeah, and I started my career with IIHR Bangalore, so I did work in vegetable crops, and as such vegetable seed industry is doing very well because of the high value crops. So wish you the very best for fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. To conclude the inaugural session, may I now invite Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar, Executive Director at FSII, to deliver the concluding remarks and vote of thanks, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure, and as our Vice Chairman Rajveer Ratti mentioned, it's this event, this conference has been pending for quite long, but we are also trying to get momentum for this event as well, and it should be the right time, and I think it's happening at the right time. So before I go into actually giving word of thanks, I just wanted to bring your attention to 3 issues. The World Bank has just released its Global Economic Prospects Survey 2025, just released. What it does is, one of the things besides saying that the global economic forecast growth is getting reduced and probably not going back to the pre-COVID pandemic levels, still there are silver linings. And India is definitely the silver lining. Even though the global rate is predicted at 2.3%, and for the emerging markets it's 3.8, we are actually growing at, or we are expected to grow at 6.8, or at least 6 plus, which is a good sign. And that's why we say that the keynotes or the key insights by Ram Kaundinya and Rajveer, saying that we have a fantastic domestic market to depend on, plus we have the liberty of going to the world as well as a supplier. So we don't need to mind the global trade getting increasingly trumped, if I can say that. So despite getting trumped, the global trade will continue to prosper, and India will definitely is going to be a shining star. And coming to the specific point of ease of doing business, many of you might remember that a survey request has been circulated to the seed industry, not just FSII members, it's across the industry. And I just started analyzing that survey responses. We got about 55, which is roughly 10% of the Indian market, Indian industry, if I can say. So, two things as the bottom line out of the responses. By making sure we have ease of doing business for the industry, there could be an addition of anywhere between 382 to 708 crore rupees that can be plowed back in R&D. I mean, the single most objective of the survey was to identify the hurdles, challenges, and how can the industry be able to spend more on R&D and become an innovator. The preliminary results show that anywhere between 382 to 708 crores can be saved if the regulatory, licensing, commercial and other policy-based challenges are addressed properly. The next critical thing that came out of the survey is the small and medium enterprises segment, where the seed industry, the vegetable seed industry is probably the phase of SME segment is disproportionately negatively impacted. What else we want? This is the right moment, this is the right opportunity, and I think we will be having the right people who are at the helm of decision making will be joining us later in this conference today. So we will be deliberating this, and we have so many representations done in the past submitted to the government, but we will also make a proceedings of this conference today and ensure that they are getting echoed in the policy making circles. So before I close, I wanted to thank really Dr. Siliachalam for making today and giving your valuable suggestions. Yes, madam, we are working on that characterization aspect. So it's simply too vast for FSII members as well. So we could come back to you with probably a joint industry proposal, not just from FSII but from other industry as well. So the discussions are going on. Please allow us some time to come back to you. So we thank Dr. Siliachalam. Then I'm actually want to convey the advanced thanks to the Joint Secretary and DDG Crop Science who will be joining us. All the representatives from the government departments and the research institutes who joined us today. CropLife Asia for supporting us with funding as well as intellectual contributions. Our FSII members, vegetable companies and all others, FSII committee members and leads, thematic group leads, FSII leadership and our advisor, Mr. Ram Kaundinya, and our board, chairman, vice chairman and finance director, and my wonderful team. With an one-liner, they will be able to build this conference up and running. So I'm in fact an observer for them. So thanks to my team as well. So let us put our minds together today and have a wonderful deliberations, which will be, as Rajveer said, outcome-based and impact-oriented. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request to extend a small token of remembrance of this program to our special guest, Dr. Siliachalam. May I please request Mr. Rajveer Rathi to kindly present a token of appreciation to Dr. Chalam, please. A huge round of applause. Time for a session photo, please. I request all dignitaries to kindly move forward for a session photograph. You can go downstairs. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break for a short tea break, but you can take your cups and join us inside as we'll begin with session 1. So, see you all in 10 minutes.
अर्थ ले रही है। Earth.
इसको निकाल दो। Hello, 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 check. Hello. तेरे को सुनाई नहीं दे रहा? Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check, check, check.
Welcome back, everyone. It is now time for session 1, India's rise in vegetable seeds, growth trends, and global market access. For this session, I would like to request our dignitaries to kindly grace their presence on the dais, please. Our session moderator, Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar, Executive Director at the Federation of Seed Industry of India, and our panelists, Ms. Ananda, Head Corporate Communications and Public Affairs East West Seeds, Dr. H.C. Prasanna, Principal Scientist and Head Vegetable Crops ICAR, Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, Director, Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Varanasi, and Mr. Senthil Nathan, Chairman and MD, Axon Agri-Science. Ladies and gentlemen, our session for the first session, our panelists for the first session. For the felicitations, may I please request Mr. Senthil Nathan to kindly welcome Dr. H.C. Prasanna with flowers. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. May I please request Ms. Ananda to kindly welcome Dr. Rajesh Kumar with flowers, please. Thank you, sir and ma'am. We are honored to have with us today a panel of distinguished experts who will share their knowledge and insights on the latest advancements in the vegetable seed sector. Their work in this field is paving the way for development of vegetable seed sector. I now request Mr. Sampath Kumar to kindly take the proceeding forward for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Surabhi. Actually, I wanted to thank Mr. Santosh Attawar, MD of Indo-American Hybrid Seeds and the President of International Seed Federation. He's not able to make today, unfortunately, because of some personal health issues, but actually this panel is supposed to be head by or moderated by him, so I'm actually, on behalf of him, I welcome all the panelists again. And we are, the ground has been set, the context has been set already. I don't want to repeat those things, but I take just one key word from Mr. Kaundinya's address, thinking big. So if we were to think big, how far and how high we can grow in the in the international market. So in that pretext, I would ask each of the panelists certain questions so that we get an insights from them, their experience, as well as what we can do further to build on our position from the current 2% of share of India in the global seed trade to say 10% or more in the next 6 to 8 years. So I would first like to go to Ms. Ananda. She is representing a company which has a global footprint. So if I can add the thinking big tag to you, and in your opinion, what do you think is India's visibility in the global seed industry? And before that, briefly introduce yourself, please. No, at switch on.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to represent East in India and our contribution and our opinion about this very important topic today. So if we were to begin with saying what you have said, Raghavan, is that India is once was kind of a consumer for international seed innovation, for instance, but now we are increasingly seen as key driver for innovation. We are also seen as a global seed producer because the East West seed is a good example. And we are a partner of choice for developed countries as well. So we are well on our way to become the global seed hub. But there are several things that need to be addressed that some of our illustrious speakers have already said the context in the morning. So to begin with, where are we in the emerging world vegetable seed market? We are among the top 10 as put forth by the Rabobank 2024 World Vegetable Seed Map. We are among the top 10. Though we are still behind some of the traditional powerhouses like maybe the France or the Netherlands, our growth export rate is much faster than many of the mature markets. So that is already a good sign. So that, and Rajveer also mentioned today, there is a steady increase of our production levels as well. So that brings me back to the key growth signals. The increasing shift from OP to hybrid obviously is driving value, and India's multiplication abilities for off-season production for tropical and subtropical crops, which are being leveraged by global companies, make us a partner of choice. And there is also increasing trust in our capabilities to adhere to quality, to adhere to international regulations, compliances. So we are slowly getting there into a place of consolidation. If you look at the growth, domestic growth trends that are driving our global capabilities, is that we are already producing vegetables, as Rajveer said in the morning, more than 200 million tons of vegetables, and this has been a steady growth over the years, and our vegetable seed market is growing pretty well, nearly 10% CAGR, with adoption of high value crops such as tomato or chili or gourds and beans. So we are getting there slowly. And if you look at the other important aspect is the private sector R&D, where we have like companies like East West Seed. We are focusing on locally adaptable crops, high yielding crops, which are very relevant to this region. And also there are certain other aspects such as knowledge transfer programs, or bringing women, outreach to the women farmers, that are also and the school building programs that are building the brand on the global platform, and also generating the ecosystem trust. So that is indirectly fueling the market access as well. And if you look at the market access itself, we are already the seed which are produced in India are being exported to various countries across various regions such as Africa, Southeast Asia, so and Latin America. And more than that, there is also the agro-ecological similarity, which is also helping our breeding efforts to make it more relevant. This is what is helping us to become a trusted contract seed producer. But there are challenges. If we don't look at that and then we look only this part, it's not going to help. So regulatory and phytosanitary issues are there to enter established markets. Also entry to OECD nations also present a lot of we need to focus more on seed certification. Ram Kaundinya garu said today about traceability, very important, IP protection, very important. These are the things which we will pivot us into that global scale. So these are all the things that will help us get there in the end. If we don't have if we can't double back on innovation, we can't double back on quality and trust and collaborative initiatives with various regions, and focus on the regulatory environment, how can we expect to be there, to be taken seriously? While we have all this going very well for us, these are the things which we need to focus on: trust, quality, and ability to scale as well with quality. That's a real important aspect of this discussion.
Sure. I think I would say it's a fair observation of someone who is representing a global player in the global seed industry. And I can pick up some keywords from your address: focus, collaborate, trust. And obviously, the trust is getting built up not only between the private sector but also with the public sector. So if I can go to Dr. Prasanna, who is working in one of the most reputed institutes focusing on horticulture research. How are we progressing in terms of becoming a leader in the development of climate resistant and a lot of other biotic and abiotic stresses, especially in the horticultural crops, both in terms of OPs and hybrids?
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for this excellent opportunity. I am Prasanna, for those who don't know. I am leading currently Division of Vegetable Crops at Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, Bangalore. We work on two different aspects in our division. One is, of course, breeding. We deal with around 26 different vegetable crops, both self-pollinated often and cross-pollinated crops. We also work on agronomy, where the focus is on the production aspects of different vegetables. The overall theme of these schools we have in breeding and agronomy is to reduce the chemicals. We do that by multiple focus. One is by breeding multiple disease-resistant vegetables, vegetable varieties and hybrids. We do that across the vegetables. We have been successful in doing that. We also are working on reducing heavy metal toxicity in vegetables through breeding. Of course, this is a new initiative that we have started, where we are looking at the genotypes or natural variation for reduced uptake of heavy metals. We are also focusing through agronomy. I mean, the main focus is in reducing chemicals by developing protocols for organic and natural farming. So this has been our focus. We have around 18 scientists focusing on these areas of vegetables. Before I take up that question, I would like to briefly put across a couple of points that I think are important. One is, of course, as set up by Dr. Ram in the morning, the dietary landscape in India is changing. We are the traditional cereal-based. We had a diet which is traditionally cereal-based. Now it is in decline. If I see the statistics, it's kind of really surprising. It was in 1993 and 94. It is 13.4 kilos per month of cereals. Currently in 22-23, we have around 9.6 kg of cereals. So it's a drastic decline. But it's happening both in rural and urban areas. So there is going to be a great pull for demand for fruits and vegetables. So therefore, vegetable seeds are going to be important. So you don't get a greater pull than this one. So consumption is important. So therefore, I think we have to tune our breeding programs from being, farmer-centric, trader-centric programs to consumer-centric as well. I'm sure we are focusing on color, taste and other aspects, but also we need to bring in nutrient density into vegetables and also health compounds. For example, GABA in Japan, I was interacting with some of the processors from Japan. They were asking us for both lycopene, of course we are doing it in tomato, but GABA also, GABA content in processed products of tomato. So I think it's going to happen across the world. Nutrient density and again health compounds are going to be there in addition to these farmer-centric, trader-centric triads that we look for in vegetable varieties. As told by, of course, Dr. Ram, I think the core of seed is, of course, quality standard is one aspect, but then genetics is the other aspect of seed. What we pack into seed is genetic solutions in terms of disease resistance and other aspects. We also need to breed for other countries. I think Netherlands has been very successful. I had an opportunity to interact with Netherlands professors in Wageningen. I was told that they have been successful in exports because they breed for other countries as well, not just for Netherlands. across flower crops, vegetables, and so on and so forth. So I think we need to do this. Of course, it needs an investment, teams, networking. You know better. I think that's also something which we need to do. We have to breed, for other people across the world, both consumers and the growers. So when I say growers, of course, these traits which are common to us will be there. When we do that, I think there will be a great opportunity for our products. Of course, it will be in the form of seeds. We also talk in circles, in government circles, about reducing the import of seeds. I think this has two sides to it. One, of course, is lack of suitable varieties. Why we are importing? Reason as to why we import is because of lack of ideal varieties. Coriander, of course, as many of you know, we import a lot of it because we don't have non-bolting type corianders available here. It could be because of fertilization or certain things. But why not investment on breeding those varieties which don't bolt here? So till that happens, we are going to import, right? So other aspect is, of course, lack of ideal locations for producing seeds, cool season vegetables, for example. Why do we import is we don't have locations where we can perhaps use those locations for production of seeds. But then India is very diverse. Can we use these omics? Of course, we talk about metabolomics, genomics, in omics areas. But I think there is also an area which is coming up, like enviromics, envirotyping, where we work on the environmental parameters, use big data analytics, and find out those locations which are ideal for, cool season vegetable seed production. I think being diverse, so diverse, there are possibilities of identifying these locations for seed production of cool crops as well. Till we do that, I think we are going to continue importing the seeds. So I think this is one area where perhaps we can make a progress using both private and public establishments. The other aspect is, of course, organic seed market. I'm not sure how many of you are going to buy this, but in European Unions and US, the requirement for organic production of vegetables is to use organic seed. And organic seed is one which is produced by organic seed crop. So I think this is going to be the area where things would probably start emerging. We need to invest on this organic seed production. It may require non-chemical options for growing seed crop. We have been using chemicals for growing seed crops. We may have to explore the non-chemical options. We have to identify locations for this. Maybe the traditional seed production locations like Ranebennur, Maharashtra, Gujarat. So these locations are following highly intensive crop production practices. I'm not sure if they are going to be suitable for organic seed production. But there are places in India like Sikkim where the organic matter content in soil is very high. The locations are ideal, less pest and disease load. I think that's another area where we have to explore areas for organic seed production. Of course, certification. We do have certification for organic produce, but I'm not sure if we have mechanism to certify organic seeds. So I think this is another area where we can perhaps work on to gain some space in the global seed market. The other thing is, of course, artificial intelligence, which I think down the line, no area would be left out of, applications of artificial intelligence. Netherlands, I was told, is already using computer vision for purity testing, seed purity testing and sorting, using X-ray images. So yeah, these are the areas where computer vision, image analysis, big data analytics can pitch in and help us in ensuring the quality produce and other things. So with this, I would like to attend, briefly tell us about the IHR efforts into climate resilience and disease resistance. We have been successful in multiple crops, especially virus resistance in tomato, chili, and okra. We have successfully licensed also in chili, for example. Last year, we licensed CGMS-based chili leaf curl virus tolerant hybrids to around 12 companies. These are CGMS based, but then they are chili leaf curl tolerant hybrids. There are hybrids, I guess one of the hybrids which is having combined resistance to Phytophthora rot and chili leaf curl variety. Again, the CGMS based hybrid, it was also licensed. So Okra again, of course, as you know, Anamika, we have a big tradition of this leafcull yellow 11 mosaic virus resistant Anamika, but it's not, of course, is not showing up the same level of resistance now. We have Arca Nikita, which is tolerant, and it is GMS based again. So that's also been now licensed to many companies. MS line of Okra is licensed to 35 different companies. So I was told by Nirmal Seeds lead, and it was like 50% segregation ratio, and they have transferred that to 11 mosaic and Asian leafcull virus resistant chili backgrounds. But it started with GMS, which was contributed by Okra breeders of IHR. So virus resistance, of course, is emerging area, and in tomato also, we have done that to 12 different companies, multiple diseases, not just the virus resistance. Late blight, early blight, so bacterial availability. So we've been licensing those stocks to different companies.
Quite
Yeah.
an interesting area
Yeah.
that you not only excel in public sector research, but it is also heartening to see you are collaborating with the private sector as well. And actually, you've gone beyond speaking about climate resilient, and in fact, you talked about enviromix, which is a learning of the day for me. And that's a new word I learned today. Thanks, Dr. Prasanna. So let me come back to you in a moment
Yeah.
about some of the things that you mentioned for a little more introspection. But if I can move to Dr. Rajesh Kumar, is from the IIVR, Indian Institute of Vegetable Research. So we have talked about what we can do. We can please shed some light on how we can do. For example, the tools and techniques and technologies or innovations that are available us today and going to be available to us tomorrow.
Good morning to one and all. Let me thank FSII to invite me and share my thoughts. See, science is progressing every day. We have, Dr. Prasanna said, the CGMS and other tools and techniques for utilization in the vegetable crops for the seed purpose. We are now in the edge of science. We are using this genome editing tools. All the world is using, and India is not far behind. Recently, in 2022, the government of India approved the exemption of genome-edited crops in the food crops, and with that, they approved in 23-24 500 crores budget for the food crops, including vegetables. So in India, IAVR, IAHR, CPRI, and other institutes are working in many crops, including vegetables. The 5 vegetable crops like tomato, cucumber, muskmelon, and potato, and chili, these are being targeted on the first phase. So we have certain advantages of not being the foreign DNA insertion in that, and getting regularly the regulatory clearance straight away, unlike the GMOs. So we have to put this important traits into the cultivars. For example, in tomato, the target is being tomato leaf curl virus, fusarium wilt, and other many biotic stresses as of now, along with enriching the quality traits, vitamin D, TSS, and then folic acid, etc. So we the other day our DG asked, okay, when you are ready, will be ready for this product. So I said it may get like take 3 to 4 years to be in the market. We have recently seen the case of rice. 2 varieties were released using the genome editing. In potato also we are working for the low glycemic indexes. Muskmelon we have been working since last 2 years for increasing the shelf life and delayed fruit ripening. In chili for virus resistance and fungal disease resistance, and cucumber for powdery mildew resistance. These are some of the traits being taken in the first phase of this. Another states like in Gujarat, Baroda, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University, they have succeeded in the seedless tomatoes, genovated seedless tomatoes. They have come out. So with this technology, like we can also use the double haploid, but so far not many products has come out of this. As I don't know, it could be there. The important thing is that the context set in the morning, the role of vegetable seed sector in making India a global seed hub. In that record, I would like to say that we are the second largest producer in the world. We are importing as well as exporting the seeds to the world. As per the APEDA data, I have the data. The total exports of vegetable seeds from India in 24-25 was like 8,464 tons, valuing around 940 crores. And it has been increasing since last 10 years in quantity by 126% and in value terms 170% in last 10 years. But at the same time, we are also importing the seeds. Basically, we have importing a large, like 2200, more than 2200 tons, valuing around 1180 crores. This is also increasing with the percentage of quantity 530% increase in import of the vegetable seeds. And mostly are the temperate vegetables, cauliflower, cabbage, radish, full crops. So can we not have the system of production of these temperate vegetable crop seeds in our country? We have a large resources. We have very good climatic conditions. For example, in Kashmir to Himachal Pradesh, in NEH region as well, in Uttarakhand. So we have certain regions. We can bridge some of the gap with this intervention in the seeds. If we see the export value of the tomato alone, India exported around 940 crores. Tomato seed was alone exported 275 crores. So making India a global seed hub, we are already on the way of that, but we have to enhance our process in doing this business. In the whole crop, I said cauliflower, cabbage, radish. If we include these three crop only, so we are exporting around 30 tons, but importing around 327 tons. So this much, the 300 tons of the seeds can be produced in India, so that first make it available to our farmers. Availability is very important. I was discussing with Dr. Kuldeep Tyagi the other day. There are 700-800 companies of vegetables in India, and many have their R&D background, and many more they don't have. There are so much of spurious seeds in the market, and this vegetable sector is the most unorganized sector in the country. Very unorganized. We have like contract farmers to produce the seeds. He's also producing the seeds of other country. He will not say which country, which company is that. He said that in Banaras he was producing. He said Kolkata की कोई company है वो आके seed ले जाएगी. No tag, no certification, nothing else. So where the seed goes? What is the certification process? What is the quality aspects which are being taken care? That needs to be really, I salute to Ram Kundania ji. He is setting the most important lines in the morning to the quality and building the trust. He said that ICR runs the active programs. I was heading this active programs before I joined as a director. AICRP on vegetable crops. Many companies in initial stages, we do have so many like hundreds of varieties or 50 varieties in our seed that testing chain. So we all know that we continuously test for 3 years, and at the end we identify certain varieties. Now many companies have taken aback from the seeds that they will not give their seed to test it to be tested in agri program of ICR, because they have to again undergo testing in different states with the charges. So I am also opinion that this should be, if ICR has tested, it should be followed in among all the states uniformly. Even the then DG Dr. Pathak sir also told that we have to write to the state governments that they should adopt this, because why the company would like to test in across the location on a single platform if he is going for Maharashtra or Gujarat alone. If that variety is also suitable for other states, let it be the farmers be benefited from that seeds. So this is one. And we'll also have to, like agronomically or management aspects of production, we have vast gap. Our productivity is like average productivity of India is 18 point something tons per hectare, but the range is from 5 to 30. Our NEH states is having 8 average of the 8 states, it's 8 ton per hectare, except Tripura, which is having around 15 or 16 tons per hectare. All other states are having very low productivity. So we have to think how we can catch that market, that area with our good quality seeds. So Isidore will again.
Sure, doctor. I think you raised very important points. Of course, the dependence on imports for producing seeds to an extent to be bridged, which is really a fact that India needs to step up in terms of meeting that gap. And of course, there are a lot of unexplored areas where the potential exists, but because of one or other challenges, including regulatory or redundant processes and procedures, we may not be able to explore the potential fully. Now that brings us to the question of someone who is really working on that with that objective or motive of thinking big, being a company based in India, present in multiple states, and also in the African continent. I go to Mr. Senthilnathan now, that as an entrepreneur in this industry, we've heard so many opportunities now. So what do you feel that is a realistic take of a company which can scale from being a domestic player to an international player? That what can aid or what we can learn from other sectors that you are working on?
Thanks, Raghavan. My thanks for you to invite me and being part of this particular panel discussion. And yes, I am Senthilnathan, Chairman and Managing Director of Vaccine Agri-Science. And as a company, we always say that we are a 15-year-old company with 50 years of experience, because we are part of the Rasi Seeds, which is celebrated 50 years now. And as a company, we have been working on doing research on 17 plus crops, and we have more than 200 plus varieties that is being served in the market. And we do have, because of the agro-climatic changes and all that, we do have almost 22 testing centers across the country to test our products. So that is our intention. That is the scale with which we are. Yeah. Yeah. Still coming. Round, yeah. I think they are coming out with this.
Hello.
Yeah. So, as no, our Ram Continua sir was mentioning, we have to be very much invested, and we have to invest, and we definitely think big in terms of the numbers and whatever whatever meters he is getting. We are almost close to that. So that way, I'm really happy. But with all the intention of our purpose, which we down to our people, that our purpose is to make farmers earn more and more profit year after year, which needs and if we have to do that, we have to understand the changing climatic conditions. The climate change is not a kind of a slow. We all know that every 4 or 5 years, agroclimatic conditions changes. The disease pressures changes, pest pressures changes. The water and every other things, even the soil condition changes. So, are we continuously, kind of following with that? Are we really tracking that? And that is most important. And tracking, when we are tracking that, we also have to have a R&D facility and structure and infra, with the kind of, even systems that should be able to give the product which can cater to this changed agroclimatic condition. And if we all, and I think we all agree now, the product life cycle has shrunk a lot from last 1 or 2 decades to now. It is not more than 5 to 6 years. No, after 5 to 6 years, it is redundant or rather irrelevant product. So that is the space at which we are changing. The agroclimatic conditions are changing, and that is the challenge which we have to face. And then, because without we giving the products which can take care of those changed agroclimatic conditions, we are really not serving the farmers. So we have, it's not just increasing the profits per acre, we should never let it go down. That is also important. So, what is most important here is time to market. Moment you identify the changed agroclimatic condition, how fast we create a product and how fast we take it to the farm, which will be useful to him. So here, yes, our investment in R&D, biotech, speed breeding, and all the new technologies and breeding innovation. How much we have invested and bringing the products? Are we still able to take that to the farmer? Is our regulatory ambience or ecosystem facilitating? Is the question in front of us. And as we all know, it takes so many years. Even sir was mentioning about, Rajesh sir was mentioning why only ICAR product, testing cannot be considered in all states. So we have an environment where a product, after getting created, taking it to the farmer takes a longer time. So which requires, as we all have been requesting the government, one nation, one license is something which is very, very, very important. So that before next 5th year, 6th year, and before that particular product becomes irrelevant, it does serve the farmers. So that is one thing which we have to be, that is a fair area which we have to request to the government on that. Second, and then the 2 years, 3 years is also like, it's a fantastic. Everybody seems to be agreeing that one test should be eligible for, getting a license. If at all, if that is the last step, before that, if the seed licenses can be given based on one test. That could be a previous step for one nation, one license. So that could be the another area that can be thought through. And second thing, in terms of regulations, we are, as everybody is talking about, is facing problems in terms of IP. The IP is, violations happen in every areas, right from production areas to the nursery areas to all these things. I think the nursery regulation is one of the very important thing, which is a requirement of the current situation, because that is where the most of the spurious seeds are getting sold, and then that is where the farmers are getting hit. They are served with spurious seeds, not the genuine seeds, because of to get the required required the benefit out of the good seeds. And third thing is could be like when we are looking at the license to arrest this kind of an IP violation and all that, I think it's a loud thought. Probably all of us can deliberate about it. Should we start writing about what is the source of this seed? Source of the, is it internal internal R&D, or is it like from an ICR or whatever it is, so that source can be mentioned, and also kind of when there is a license given, that the dust characters anyway will be kind of has to be submitted, that can be published, so that people can also verify the dust characters to check whether the kind of some kind of deviation or infringement is happening. So if that can also be kind of made it as a public document, and we can also have a check on those things. So these things will help us in terms of in the domestic market, which will help us doing that. Second thing is my experience in Africa also, like, whatever tests which are conducted for the kind of, sales of in Tanzania, it is getting accepted in Ethiopia, country to country, right? Because both are UPO countries, one test is considered to be, yes, it has done well, and then it has been accepted there. So I think as a company or a country, we have to create, look at a mechanism where our tests accepted in the international countries. Yes, this is the character, this is this one, this is the test results, can it be accepted? We have to work out a way or a kind of a method which will help us, because surely the international countries are looking to India for giving a better product. And India being an hybrid oriented country where we can produce a lot of hybrid seeds, we will be definitely, like, as we can be a global seed hub for the seed hub. So these things will also help us in also expanding ourselves quickly, and also become a IP kind of protected because everywhere it happens. I heard a lot of African companies come to Rani Bennur and take some seeds. So
that's very interesting to see. But as thanks, Mr. Senthilnath. In fact, as someone who is hands-on running a company, so your experiences with the regulatory framework, both at the center and state levels, yes, they are getting addressed. I believe we have a conducive and consultative process which is set in place by the government, and we are increasingly being given opportunities to be heard. I mean, that is a good thing. In the recent past, we actually had a lot of deliberations with the governments, especially on the ease of doing business aspect, especially the one nation, one license. When the whole country is talking about, say, ENAM, one nation, one market, election, one nation, one election, So obviously this is going to be our demand from the industry. I think we are we had a
Small point
Yes,
which I
please.
would like that, because you also wanted me to compare with the other industry. It's about textile industry where we have something called technology upgradation funds. So possibly we are looking at R&D. The incentives for the R&D investment should be also be considered again by the government.
right.
That is which is very very important.
I think that's a very important point for us, because the seed industry at one point of time used to take the advantage of 200% income tax reduction, which was a direct contributor towards building up the innovation pipeline for the industry, which is unfortunately getting rolled back for many reasons. But I think that ties back to our demand of recognizing those reputed players and companies in the industry, because the brand value or the company's reputation itself is a great deterrent not to do anything bad or worse in the market. The company cannot go back to the market again next season. So that is a greater deterrent for not doing anything or messing up with the market than any regulations, if I can say. So in that sense, our Bij Ratna framework, which was actually conceived based on the Maharatna, Mini Ratna status, so that the industry players who qualify for certain basic criteria can be given an advantage of, say for example, one nation, one license, 200% tax reduction, and become eligible for PPP arrangements, and also getting collaborations with the government schemes. So there are a lot of opportunities being pitched behind that Bij Ratna framework from our side as well as a recognition system. We heard from all the panelists about the institutional research institution side as well as market side, both domestic and international player. I think we have a fantastic mix of panelists. I thank all the panelists again for your valuable insights. We may be having a time for one question, one or two questions. Okay, that will be great. If anybody wants to, the hall is. Yeah. Can you please give the mics to whoever wants to ask any question, please? Yes. They have, yeah, you have the mic on the table. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Please fix the mic settings, please.
Now, I just wanted to learn what Ram Kondania started about competitiveness. And this session, everybody has given their points. See, chili has been our major crop, #1 crop for exports. Now I understand that Myanmar is taking over the spot, and we have to compete with Myanmar because of their prices and everything else, the production areas. Because somebody very rightly said that areas where we can produce them at a lower cost. And in that Shan state, I have seen some of the areas in the Shan state. They are excellent for seed production. So do you think, does any one of you think that Myanmar will take over from India in terms of chilies? And also Ms. Ananda mentioned about some of the countries where we are exporting. I saw a table, I do not know how far it is correct, but that said that our maximum exports go to Bangladesh, which is 6,500 something. And the next one is, and there are the countries in the Middle East and other places, and there is Nepal and all, but not like Europe or Latin America or whatever was being mentioned. Can somebody enlighten me on these aspects?
Thank you, sir. Actually, since last after COVID, chili export has risen very sharply. Apart from Bangladesh, and it's also going to Arab countries and Europe. some of the chili consignment has been returned back also because of the MRL issues, pesticide residue. So for that context, we have to educate our farmers and we have to develop varieties which need less pesticides or that kind of thing. So again there the ball comes to the development of suitable varieties. So it is not like that we have vast area of cultivation and we have been exporting or producing chilies. India is said to be the largest producer, consumer as well as exporter of the chilies so far up now. But Myanmar, I don't know how much, but it is. But India is very competitive in case of chili, sir. But we have to be very cautious for the pesticides residue in that, because farmers are putting pesticides because of the problem as well, black thrips or the viral diseases, powdery mildew. That has to be taken care by the developing suitable varieties and also for the management practices for the crops.
Thank you, Doctor. And you want to add? Switch on the mic, please. Yeah, please switch on the mic, please.
Another differentiator which I wanted to talk about, and it actually skipped me, is what will differentiate us and put us really on the global map is also sustainability. Ram Kaundinya Garu has mentioned it in the morning. So sustainability, living incomes and responsible production should become a differentiator and not just compliance for us. So we have to internalize this, and this will also help us scale and bring us the right visibility as well. I wanted to add this point.
I've been see, do we have the realistic data for the seed demand? Because you private people are the major player in case of vegetables. Do we have realistic data of the seed demand and the supply?
Yeah, sure. Before maybe I attempt to answer, Mr. Ram Kaundinya has a question.
No, I only have a comment because Senthil talked about intellectual property laws in the production fields. Since all companies are here, I also want to mention that it is not uncommon for employees to move with material from company to company. Okay, I think when I talked of good practices in my last slide, think big. As responsible companies, you should discourage such things. Okay, and because that is something which brings bad name to the industry. That's point number one. Point number two is that IP is also important for our international business, because in vegetables we do a lot of custom production. And the custom production business right now, I mean, some informal estimates I got were about 2,000 to 2,500 crores. And this is a direct competition with China. So if you want to increase this, unless we assure the people who are sending the parent material of the complete safety of the parent material, otherwise this business will not grow. I think just to add to the 2 points that Senthil mentioned.
I think with regard to re-infringement and whatever proliferage, what we call in seed production areas, there are technology side to it also. If you can invest on male sterility based hybrid seed production, if your parental lines are male sterile, and there is also another side to it, like protecting male parents or pollen producers, setting up a pollen production in one place and then using it. IHR been doing that actually. We store the pollen and use that pollen and just grow the female parent in the seed production plots and then use the pollen to produce the seeds of hybrids. So MS and pollen storage can be game changers in that. Of course, in select crops.
Okay, I think we can close, but please allow me to okay.
I think
Sorry.
one
Yes,
more
please.
comment before we close.
Dr. Rajesh wanted the answer of this question about the estimation. Dr. Rajesh, this is the biggest challenge for all seed companies. And no seed company individually knows who is producing how much. And we also don't know how much production and requirement by the farmers and by the government or by the consumers is there. So actually seed company is taking the biggest risk. They are having an estimation or guesstimation of 3 years, producing the seed, keeping it, having a risk, going to the market, and then they face a lot of challenges, which we say we don't have ease of business or many such kind of things. So we really face a lot of problems, which if maybe there are, like Dr. Prasanna said, CMS we are using, pollens we are using already, but still after that also. So they are ahead than us. Please, they are beyond drone almost. So, so they have crossed those limits already. So we would like to request the government. See, we have a constraint to everything. Like China has restricted, okay, this much of area of production, this much production total, and this is my requirement, this is for export. We do not have any such situation. So probably the government can help us in that. If they indicate, okay boss, this year this much production required, all seed companies please plan. So at least we will get some indication, something in between we can do. Today it's just estimation we are doing, and it is not organized also. That estimation is estimation based on experience, estimation based on last year, estimation based on 3 years, 5 years, 10 years data. It's not scientific actually.
Understand.
Yeah,
Sure.
thank you.
Yeah. So
You want to make any comment?
Yeah.
Why I asked this question? Because when I was project coordinator, I once calculated the demand. Somebody floated that this much is the demand. We have the system of in Government of India, breeder seed production, foundation seed production, and certified seed production. The demand from the Department of Agriculture Corporation, which we get from that particular year, in case of vegetables, we produce the vegetable seeds, and we calculated the down the lane production of foundation as well as certified seeds. It was more than the demand. Only breeder, foundation, and certified seed. But this chain is not working actually. This chain is not working on the states. More of the case for the vegetables. In rice, wheat, it is working. But in case of vegetables, again it is the system for the state government, because agriculture being treated as a state subject.
Yeah, so I just wanted to have a thought from what Dr. Dadani said about I think you were talking about dry red chili getting exported from Myanmar and all that. I think now currently, as I am discussing with the many food processing people, there's a lot of thrust on the value added thrust. This one it is happening. Of course, there is some kind of challenges which they are facing. Now we are also talking to them to make us a part of their value chain, where specific requirements of their products, like every product for after processing, it requires some kind of a specific content of certain chemicals or whatever components. So where seed companies can play a role, so which will also help as a country to reduce the kind of loss of produces and then value added and then exported. So that is one area which we from FSII we can do some kind of a curation we can do.
Sure.
Raghavan?
Sorry. Yes.
Can I just, Manoj, to your suggestion, let's also not forget the vegetable sector is the most liberalized in the world if you look at India's today's situation. There are some discussions which are there around OGL. I think as a collective industry, we need to think two simple things. What is our ask, the what part of it, and how it will be implemented. If we understand the basic thing between what we need from the government and how it will be implemented, I think ease of doing business will be resolved in a day or two. Number two, asking government to come out with that how much to be produced, not to be produced. I think more than that, if we self-govern ourselves, as you rightly said, that we know, or 80% within the industry, we know the best guesstimate that, who is even not what quantity is being produced. But let's be honest, we also know who is producing where. And that's where the issue of an IP comes, and that's where more self-regulation is there. And I want to propose that why don't we start doing in terms of licensing in and licensing out. It will take care of a lot of theft, a lot of seed which moves from pocket to pocket, and it will really help the infringement to a certain extent. Let's think through that, and it's doable, and definitely government will help, because they're also saying we want less of a government intervention and more of a self-governance.
Thank you, Rajveer. I think the sticking to the title of this panel, Growth Trends and Global Market Access, we had some really good, insightful comments from our panelists about how we are growing, and the insights from our audience that we are actually competing with Myanmar, and are we going to lose or not. So these are some of the questions that need more deeper analysis and exploration. But we really have, to sum up, we have all the ingredients on our plate right now. The only thing is that removing some of the small hurdles and, of course, streamlining a lot of process both within the industry, between the industry. Then the next step would be between the industry and the government. So respecting IP and also respecting responsible production metrics in terms of ESG sustainability aspirations will really propel India to the next level in terms of growth. And as Rajveer said, and Mr. Ram Kaundinya also mentioned, that we are at a sweet spot, and we just need to do the right thing at the right time now to push ourselves further, to increase our share from, say, current 2% to the 10% in the next 6 years. And I thank all the panelists for their valuable contribution and traveling over to Delhi for this insightful event. And thank you so much again.
Thank you very much. It was indeed a very informative discussion. Time for felicitation, and we'll offer some memento to our guests, please. May I please request Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar to offer a small memento to Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Thank you, sir. May I please request Ms. Ananda to kindly offer a small memento to Dr. H.C. Prasanna. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Time for a session photograph, requesting all our guests to kindly move forward for a session picture, please. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for session 2 of today's conference, which is streamlining seed movement through collaboration, and it is my pleasure to welcome the speakers. May I please call upon the dais Dr. Manisha Negi, Chair, FSII Regulatory Group and Regional Manager Asia Regulatory Affairs, East West Seeds, India. Dr. S. Gyanasambandhan, Joint Director, Department of Plant Protection, Quarantine and Storage, Ministry of Agriculture. Dr. Celia Chalam, Head, Division of Plant Quarantine, NBPGR. Mr. Surya Rao, Seed Regulatory Manager, Syngenta, India. And Mr. Manoj Chahal, Managing Director, Tucky Seeds. Our panelist of this session, Dr. S. Gyanasambandhan, is on his way and will join us shortly. We are honored to have experts who deal with the subject of seed movement, be it import of R&D material, bulk seed import and exports, pest risk analysis of crops, and policy decisions with regards to seed trade, and members from industry involved in cross-border seed trade. With now, I request Dr. Manisha Negi to kindly take over proceedings of the discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Susan. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much, Dr. Celia, Madam, Surya, Dr. Manoj Chahal, sir, for joining us today for this important session. I think Dr. Gyan Sambandan, sir, will be joining us shortly. So in the meantime, I would like to introduce about the session that what we are going to discuss today. Since morning, I think we all have heard about that how vegetable seed industry has grown, what are the opportunities, and what are the strategic movements which we can take ahead for having a more global acceptance or visibility. So when we are talking about these things, I think we should also thank our regulators who have given us so much of flexible policies, kind of when we're talking about the open general license. So I'll just go back few decades back if we see. So like when OGL has come into picture, so we could have that opportunity to bring so many exotic vegetables into India. And of course, the credit goes to our Indian seed industry who have worked to bring the genetics into India, and also our government, the regulatory policies who allow us to import the different kind of vegetables. If you see in the market today, there are many exotic vegetables which used to be very means like you have access to those vegetables very easily nowadays compared to the 10 years back if you see. So these are the achievements if we see on a general layman language for the vegetable industry. Right now we know that we have the capabilities, we have the opportunities to grow more and more vegetables and makes India as a global seed hub. In today's discussion, I wanted to discuss with the panelists that how we can streamline this seed movement, what are the challenges to the seed industry, what we are expecting from the government, and how government is looking forward for the collaboration between public means like government's policies and what we can do with the government, how we can provide them a trust in behalf of the providing the pest risk analysis, in providing the self-accreditation for importing seed, how we can make a trust building between the industry and the private sector. So I think we are not just asking for the regulatory flexibilities, but we are asking for a predictable regulatory policies along with the collaboration with the government. So I would like to start with Dr. Surya because I think that first of all we should understand from the private sector that what are their experiences. So as a global seed company, you are working in a global seed company and you have experience in both import and exports. So how do you see that the role of regulatory harmonization, the PRA timelines, pest risk analysis alignment can shape India's seed trade competitiveness, and what role can be like public and private partnership or collaboration can do to achieve that regulatory flexibilities?
Thank you, Manisha. Thanks for giving this this opportunity. I represent Syngenta India regulatory division. So I'm taking responsibility for entire AMEA region, Africa, Middle East, Russia, Kazakh, and Asia. I think this is a good platform. Maybe I can comment some of the issues what we are facing, or maybe what are the positive things also. Why can't India as a global competitive the country for the seed production? Definitely India we have, as all the previous panelists mentioned, we have a very good climatic regions, like you have a tropical, subtropical, and then temperate. All the three different categories of climates we have. Even though we have, but related to the temperate, now we have some concerns because we cannot produce some of these cauliflower and some cold crop seeds in India because of the
given situation. We don't have a, how can I say that we need to work more to educate or maybe train the farmers in the Himachal areas so that we can increase. We as a company, we are already doing cauliflower seed production in India, particularly Haryana and Rajasthan. We are doing very good quantity for the subtropical perspective. So as as you all know that we are the, I think, the highest exporter from India from the vegetable seeds perspective. In the given government policies, make in India or whatever you take it, because of the company internal policy, majorly tomato, the crops what we can produce in India, like pepper and then other gourds, we are producing in India and to the maximum extent. So what is the advantage in producing in India? Because India we have a cost competitiveness, very low cost. Second, the exports available in India also comparatively good. At the same time, we are also competitive for the quality. We are not compromising with the same quality what we can produce in Netherlands. Also, we are able to do it in India. So it's a more with a cheaper price of cost, and then we are able to produce high quality seeds which can be exporting to other countries. This is giving very good opportunity for us, and then we are doing it. So now during this process of seed as an exporter, we are facing certain issues. But before I raise certain issues, I want to thank the regulators also because they are traveling, they are listening us and then working on those issues. It is not that the government is totally not taking any care of our issues. They are working on it, but we also understand how the regulatory function will work. So it takes its own course of time. So what are the key challenges, if I can say that, how, if we want to increase the seed production as a global competitive scale, like we are planning to have a 10% of global seed export should be from India. That is the target. So then we are supposed to have a good infrastructure of laboratories in India, which presently very limited, or maybe I can say that very few in a numbers only we have in India as a seed health related laboratories. I'm not saying that quality labs we have, but seed health related labs are very few. I think maybe ma'am also will agree with me. More and more investments we supposed to encourage in India. How it will be done? I think there are government should come up with some policy to give some tax or maybe then extra investment, support for the laboratory investments in India. So some people will come and establish their laboratory to support the export requirement. Now the second issue what we are facing, even though we are more capable and highly qualified and then have high quality seeds, but unfortunately the seeds what we are producing here, sometimes we are not maybe meeting the importing country requirement. The reason some issues are highlighting because of the non-uniformity in the testing protocols, which are very important. And when we play the international standards, then our protocols are also supposed to be at international standard. So I'm not saying that we are below, but there should be an harmonization where we should implement the international testing protocol so that the material whatever tested here, it should also satisfy the all other international countries' requirement. These are, I think, coming back to the import, I think we all know that we import material for 2 or 3 purposes. One is for R&D. I think ma'am, right person to make a comment. We have a very good support from the NBPJR for all the import of export. If I give an example, just a few 1 or 2 weeks before only, we have a challenge to import cauliflower, tissue culture seedlings to India. I think I don't know how many people you have experienced. There is no policy as of now, but NBPJR and ma'am team came up and they supported our consignments import. That means they're coming beyond this thing and then to encouraging the R&D within India, so that we can do those. And why it is required? Because to minimize the overall breeding timelines. It's very much important because coal crops we cannot do here for the multiplication. So the other point, maybe very from the industry perspective, we want to establish a laboratories. It can be a DH lab, or it can be a marker lab, or it can be any seed health lab. So presently, if we want to import any seed to give a support to the outside country, it is not possible because of the quarantine requirement. Every consignment has to be tested and then certified. So for the laboratory purpose, if we are importing anything, ma'am, this was already brought to your notice, there should be like in Europe or US, they have the zero phyto or null phyto system where it is only specifically for laboratory purpose, destructive analysis purpose. So then the investments will come on. Otherwise, somebody will invest, and then if he cannot support the India as well as the abroad, then it is very difficult for large scale investments in India. So I think I will stop here. Some of these few points, because IPR and all the other related issues Dr. Kaundinya already mentioned. That is also very key important, because if you want to bring any new traits into India, we have to have ensure that that material is properly protected, and then nobody will steal your material. So for that, I think presently we are also working with the PVP authority, the convention. India should be a convention to the other countries, so that each other will respect the protections. Or otherwise, if not possible to join as a convention, at least we are supposed to have a bilateral, at least 1-2 countries we can start wherever we are exporting, or so it can be protected there. Why I am mentioning it, we already have experienced some of these unauthorized exports of our hybrids to other countries, and then they are doing business. I can say it because we have identified those cases, and then those are also important. IP is very much critical. If one is protection, second is enforcement. If you don't have enforcement, then toothless IP protection. So enforcement also equal the time frame of the IP protection. These are the few points from my side. Thank you for giving this.
Thank you, Surya. I think you have highlighted very important points which are related to the infrastructure of lab, and I think in the DPPQS, this NSPM 45, once sir is there, we can ask him that what are the means what they can provide, how they can provide the support on those areas. The last point which you have mentioned about the destructive sample import, ma'am, would you like to say something about that? I feel that you wanted to add.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha and Dr. Surya. Yeah, we are aware of this destructive analysis purpose, but we follow the PQ order. PQ order is a Bible, Bhagavad Gita, Quran for us, and we have to follow that. So, but we release the material and taking the undertaking that it is only for destructive analysis. And one of the, like if it is in Hyderabad scientists will go and see whether everything is done, and then it is destroyed. So there is no post-entry quarantine, nothing. That flexibility we give, just because, yeah. So if DPPQS brings out any additional changes, we will follow that.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you are right, because we have experienced that you are supporting companies on the ways where NDPGR can support, and we have experienced this many times. But rightly said, this is a policy change which we have to request to the government, so that they can add some kind of standard protocol when we are wanted to import the samples for the destructive analysis testing.
And there's some public and private sector, they import the samples for proficiency testing, right? But DPPQS doesn't have a policy, but NBPGR has brought out a white paper, and what we did for that, we asked the importer to get 2 samples. So one sample in duplicates. So one set will be tested by quarantine division NBPGR, and one set is released to the inventor. Like they should not be specifying which one we should test. No, it is 2 sets come and we test one and we release the other one. That is one thing like we are facilitating.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Oh. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would come back to you again for the next point. I would like to ask Dr. Manoj Chahal sir, from his experience, if he can share that with the increasing global demand of high quality vegetable seeds, how can India position itself not just as a producer of seed, but as a global innovation partner, and what role can seed companies play in creating a trusted export brand for Indian origin vegetable seeds? Because when we are talking about that, we are importing the seeds, but if we wanted to have a global brand on export, so how seed companies how they can play the role? NSA.
Thank you, Manisha. Good afternoon, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank FSII to organize this conference, and also the government officials and scientists and also seed industry colleagues to make it a success. I think it's a good opportunity for us to exchange the ideas. Otherwise, there are ideas from both sides and maybe it's not communicating. And I represent a company called Taki Seeds. It's 190 years old company. And in India, we are just incorporated in 2013, so 12 years old now. And we have an head office at Bangalore. And as you said that there are many challenges and how to make a hub. In fact, I also personally want to make Taki India as a hub for Taki, actually. And this comes from an idea. If you go to the banks, even our bank MUFG, they have a global knowledge center in Bangalore. So many of the banks, they are having their global knowledge center in Bangalore or in India. And the reason is probably the people who can, educated people are available, services are available, English speaking people are available. Same is the case with our seeds also. I was traveling last 3-4 weeks in the field, and I found out many of my old farmers are no more farmers. Means their land is acquired by construction companies or by highways. So we are losing, number one, a lot of agricultural land to the construction. Another is some of the farmers or most of the farmers don't want their kids to be farmers. So we are losing those kind of people. So we as a seed company, so I am putting a different perspective to it first. So we as a seed company or government bodies or scientists, what we need to do? Probably we need to have hybrids who have more potential to deliver in a less area, or we need to have hybrids to sustain in the weather conditions which are changing. Global warming is happening. Now, how India can help it? In Asia, if you see, our main competitor probably should be or is China. But they are more and more organized. Here we together, we have to, we cannot say government should do this or private should do this. We all should do this together because every one of us have their own strength. And we have our weaknesses as well. So private sector can do something very nicely, but other things we cannot do. So government can do certain things very strongly and they are very good in that and they can support us. So probably my request will be that government can help us or we can seek help from the government, scientists, institutes to support this cause. Then how to do? If I meet my colleagues or other industry people in Europe, in Korea, in Japan, everywhere, people are decreasing. They are getting aged. They need more hands to work. So mechanization is happening. But they need seed to produce. Who should produce that? China, if they go, they have so big government laws, they are scared actually. But here, I think we need only two things. One is they should be assured of their IP. And another is disease. Disease issue is big actually. When the seed is produced here, our grower, production person is doing very well, no problem. But he needs more knowledge, which chemical to use, which chemical not to use, which area to do what, and which season not to do what. So probably our government institutes can help by making those kind of hubs. I was discussing with some embassy people and they said they have dedicated areas for different industry. Example, Chennai, they have automobile industry. If you go to Nimrana, Jaipur highway, they have Japanese village. So it's thousands of acres. In Bangalore, same way they have. For apparel they have, for automobiles they have. But I think we need to request to the government to supply, to help us with such kind of areas with the farmers whom can be technically supported by the government and we can be also supported the way we are doing today because I think that is our max capacity. And if it is done for example, Dr. Prasanna said for organic seed production, I think if we do, everyone needs. Japan needs, Europe needs, it's a ready market available. US also needs. And other thing is other kind of seeds which we are not producing today, people want, but they are just thinking whether I should do it or whether I should not do it. If we have a single window, like you have something, and you assure, okay, this area, we assure for these crops, and these things will be the protocols, and we will be giving them knowledge, because institute also has a limitation, how much they can go everywhere. So something can be connected. So my request will be, after this conference, please make a small team for such matters, which can actually start implementing. See, we are discussing in every conference, and everyone is doing. I'm not saying people are not doing. They are expert in their aspect. There are many schemes in the government which we don't know even. Farmers also don't know. But money is available. We are not able to use it actually. So such kind of things are requested from private sector. And frankly, if we do not make India a hub for seed, some small countries like Myanmar and other countries will get the benefit, because they are doing that way. They are giving them easy access to many things, easy way, and ease of business, and they are controlling the disease, controlling the chemicals, what to do, what not to do. And there are countries where chemicals also, if the guy chemically is not, company person is not having correct knowledge of what to do, what not to do, that production company person will not meet and talk to him. So that is the level of their knowledge. So we do not have that kind of knowledge with our farmers. We have to go with them only. So I think some collaboration of giving such kind of requirement to them, and also telling them you have to do this, so that our exports are not hampered, like MRL issue doesn't come. So such kind of things, if we do, probably, India is easy to have a success. And of course, mechanization, collaboration of farmers will happen, because farmers no more want to do. Mechanization will happen. Big land tracts we will have to take care. Some companies make pitch in to take big tracts, okay, 1,000 acres, 1,000 hectares, doing this one crop, total production, this is the protocol, and this is the export system. So the government should support these people, because they have a limitation in money, in support, new things. We are not asking for money, but we are asking for support wherever, whatever is possible. So that is what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you have mentioned very valid points, and as you are saying that we should work on that. So I would just like to add that we in the FSII there is a vegetable group who I think meet twice a year, and these kinds of points can be raised from the FSII to the government, and they can be worked upon to make a small hub kind of places in India to produce this vegetable seed, which can be a growth a potential for the industry, and can also save to for the IP infringement on and all these kind of issues. So thank you, sir. I would like to move towards a little bit technical discussion with Dr. Celia ma'am, as she always gives so much support from NBPGR for import of seeds for the R&D purpose, which is a key aspect for the seed industry to work. So I just wanted to discuss, understand from you, ma'am, that NBPGR plays a very important role when we are talking about the post-entry quarantine. So if we are talking about the PEQ, so how can industry work very closely in terms of PEQ process, and if there is any option that we can be categorized as a low risk category vegetables, where the PEQ can be simplified, or somewhere, like there are few countries who do not have, maybe having the particular quarantine pest, or maybe they do not have at all any diseases, and we can means like we can accept the seed without the PEQ. So it will decrease the timeline to get the seed released and start the research program. So is this possible?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Manisha. First, how we work with the private industry. We are already working with the private industry, right? We are not we ourselves are not growing the germplasm, except the legumes like soya bean, cowpea, black gram, green gram, faba bean, and peas. That we don't give it to any private industry, because it has lots of viruses. So we grow them in our PUQ greenhouses, and then we release the harvest. Okay, but as far as vegetables is concerned, whether it is tomato, chili, or cucumber, any other melons and all, that we are already working in collaboration with the private industry, and then we certify the post-entry quarantine facilities established by the industry. It is not that we are coming and establishing. What the procedure we follow is like I think COVID also helped to do this way. We give the self-assessment form which has all the criteria, like whether it is a 40 mesh net to be, all the vents should be closed, or the double door entry, L-shaped entry, or the wash basin. Everything is written and all the criteria is given to not only the private sector but public sector also. So you yourself will see that and evaluate yourself, and then you are sending us the form, and after that we see the form, and also we are asking the private or public sector, they have to send us the photos and videos. So we evaluate all that. After that, if there is any corrective measures are required, we are asking you or the public sector to make the corrective measures. So this way our traveling and the time has come down. And also whenever there is a post-entry quarantine inspection of one company, for example, we are going to Bangalore, what we do is, whether the company B, C, D is asking for inspection or not, we ask them, do you have the crop ready? So that we undertake the inspection of all the firms which are there in the Bangalore city. That way all the travel costs come down. Like recently I myself was there in Bangalore almost 5 days visiting A, B, C, D, E companies, and then we completed the inspection. So we are already working in collaboration with the industry. And of course after the videos and photos we do the physical inspection also. But if the facility is already recognized, so to give the re-recognition, renewal of the recognition, like in one of the things like a trusted importer kind, like if we know that they are maintaining the facility well, so there are times we do the online inspection also, apart from filling the assessment form, videos and all. If we are convinced, and if there is no crop, then we go for online inspection and we give the certificate. We have given that, and then we tell them by chance when we come, if there are any non-compliance, we will destroy all the material, but so far that has not happened. Okay. And your second question is, this is actually I am also replying to Mr. Raghavan, who has sent us a recent one letter. Okay, if he is here he can note down this. And also like one of the letters sent recently, industry was talking about the cost. For example, I and several of my senior colleagues are eligible for business class, and then we can stay in star hotels, but we never travel. We always go by economy class, and then we tell the firms like we would like to stay in the budget hotel. So the I think we are more concerned about the economic feasibility of the inspections and economic feasibility of the certification process also. And the risk-based categorization of low-risk vegetable seeds, if you can give me the list, we will look into it. I don't know what are those low-risk vegetables. See, in quarantine the tolerance limit is 0. We are not looking at whether one particular crop has 24 viruses, 3 fungi, or if a particular crop has only one pest, one virus. That doesn't fall under low risk. Suppose if there is no pest at all, I don't think we have ever, at least for germplasm, we have ever asked for post-entry quarantine inspection. See, during post-entry quarantine inspection also, some of you should not use the material for crop improvement programs, but some tend to do that, right? So in that low risk ones, you can go ahead and do your research also simultaneously. Yeah, that's all for my side.
Ma'am, here if I add on to what Manisha mentioned, the cost is not about your inspections. Cost is about the samples. Samples, you know that thousands of samples every year we import germplasm. So the reason why we mentioned the requested authority really look into is because it was, I think more than the double it was increased. You know?
The cost,
so
if I can answer,
yeah.
if you look at only the quarantine charges, it is 10% across, whether it is public sector or private sector, we have increased only 10%. And for issuing the import permit, I do agree it was charged high, but that import permit, whether you are importing 1000 accessions, 1 accession or 10,000 accessions, it is the same price, 3,000 rupees. It is not like quarantine. Quarantine, if you import 1000, 1000 multiplied by 200 or 300, but for one import permit, it is the same price.
Yeah, ma'am.
So how does it matter for the private industry? Like it is only one import permit, you are allowed to import 10,000 accessions.
The recent, maybe if other people willing to listen, the point what we are trying to say, ma'am, one is about import permit. It was increased from 1700 to 4700 something. You know, it's almost you see the increment. Second, samples also, number of samples previously for the testing. We do agree because the logic is every cost is increased and everything. But it's the request is it should not be one time. It should be maybe gradually you might have increased because last time also when it was 700 or something, it increased to 1700. So if it maybe increased gradual, then it may not be burden to industry. Today also we are not saying that any, we are requesting because we have to budget it, because when you notify it, immediately it will be effective. So we may not budget it for that, the sudden changes. So we request in future if such type of increments, then maybe well in advance it can be discussed and agreed, maybe implementation date can be postponed, maybe from the 6 months later, so that it is easy to budget for the R&D industry companies.
Yeah, we will keep it in mind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you, Surya, for clarifying the point. I think you already mentioned about the PEQ, and also you already mentioned about the trusted importer system, which you are already following by inspecting online. And I think we have already also experienced the same thing with you, that you give the opportunity to people, like if they are maintaining good PEQ facility, they are doing as per the guidelines. So of course there is a trust building factor is there with the NBPGR, which supports the industry. So thank you, ma'am, for this. I would like to go again to the private, Surya and Manoj sir both. This is a common question to both of you. Like from the last 5 to 10 years of experience, means if you see how the company experienced growth or transformation in terms of import and export of seed, means what did you feel that what has been changed in the policies, and what can be the regulatory engagement, what are the operational efficiency, how collaboration with the government agencies has supported or could support better in future?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Manisha, for raising this question. I think we all are witnessed for a couple of government notifications. All of suddenly came like re-export was banned for some time. Entire industry was suffered. So such type of things not only impacting for the planned business, but also the what is it? Already we have a contract executed there. So we have to take the material, but because of this sudden changes, sometimes we are losing that trust. Even though you have a contract, international contract, but because of regulatory changes, you are not able to take that seed. So that is again a big trust issue for the international contracts. Lot changed because the government previously was the majorly the commercial consignments. I think madam is there for our R&D, she is taking care of it. But commercial consignments, we are facing issue. Previously, government was a little bit liberal. I am not saying that it should be continued, but unfortunately, government changed the thought. We should have a database so that we want to counter the other countries. So in that view, what government decided, every consignment coming into India, they are holding it, and then they want to verify the lots, and then only they are trying to release. Because of this, what is happening, sometimes very tight time frame. We have to bring the material produced elsewhere, and then we have to produce in India. So we already have a season. So the quarantine time itself is taking so much of time, and then we don't have a facility. For example, we want a, if you remember, we also brought to your notice. We don't have a facility to check it, but we want to do it. So then we are depending upon the universities to send the sample, and then they will take their own time. So meanwhile, already season started. We could not able to give the seed. Then farmers are in a dilemma. So whether we get a seed or not to produce this year. So these things are really practical issues. When policy-related changes, at least it should be good. We are not saying that we don't want those policies, but same time, it should be informed in advance and before the effective date of implementation. It will give some time for us. Otherwise, I think Kapoor sir also here. We as a global R&D companies, what we do, parental lines we don't produce every year. Sometimes what is happening suddenly, you say that field production is one of the mandatory things. Just I'm bringing to your notice. So some of the countries, US, those countries, they say that we don't give you the field production inspection report because we don't have a manpower. But India has that condition. So how to fulfill those things? So we, because we, scientific community, field production is to maybe, in my view, it will give a exemption. Is the disease present or absent? Because nobody can visit the entire plant for the entire life season of the crop. It will give an indication disease present or absent. Ultimately, it will be verified during the lab test. If the lab test is sufficient, then the field inspection report may be sometimes should be avoided. So this is the submission. Sir, thanks for coming.
Sorry, I'm late. There was a meeting. One is a
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to the FSII conference of vegetable. So we were already discussing on the panel discussion on strengthening seed movement through collaboration, and Dr. Celia, madam is there. She has shared her experience from the NBPGR, that how the NBPGR is supporting. We were discussing about that what are the challenges with the seed industry, what are the operational issues which we are facing, which we have faced, and of course the government had supported us. There are policy changes in past which has supported Indian vegetable industry to grow a lot. So that also we have just discussed and considered that there are the flexibility in the regulatory policies which has supported Indian industry. I just don't want to throw a question to you directly when you come inside. So, so we just wanted to tell you that these are the discussions going on. And I think I had asked a question to the industry colleagues about their experiences from last 5 to 10 years, that how they have seen a shift in the import-export regulations, what has been changed, what was the problems, what they feel like government can help them to to achieve in the regulatory aspects. Yes, Surya, you want to say something?
Yeah, sir. Thank you, Jan Samana, sir. We are working with you for a quite long time, and then you are kind enough to support industry concerns. The points what we want to listen from you is, sir, we are in the process of plant quarantine amendment. Second, in the amendment, you also, I think, kind enough to include PSPA and PSP registration. What is PSPA? Right now, for field inspection, we are depending upon what is that? Head of the Department of Plant Protection in any university or ICR. So we are requesting, because a lot of experts in the industry and then the studied people with maybe retired people, all are there available for the field inspection. So there is a facility in the plant quarantine order to register the plant phytosanitary service providing agency, phytosanitary servicing provider. These are the two categories. Persons who are the eligible, like a pathologist or entomologist or weed scientist. They are also eligible to register as a phytosanitary service provider. Agency, like in a company or organization which can register themselves as an agency, they can nominate the people within the scientists available. So I think this is a very good support coming from the Plant Protection Authority. This is not only for export perspective. If you all see that the seed bill which is coming maybe in near future, because I am not committing the date, it's quite a long time we are discussing. In the seed bill also, for selling domestic, the seed in the domestic also, we need to declare the seed health. One of the label amended. So we are worried because we don't have a sufficient team to inspect the fields and then give those certificates. Maybe this will help us so that we can also, to fulfill the compliance requirement for the domestic sale. So these are the few. The last point is PRS. Because we could not able to, at the industry we are thinking that we want to introduce a lot of new crop species to India to do seed production in India for export perspective, and then as well as the nutrients point of view. So PRS always another very big lacuna. I can say that taking its own time. I'm not saying blame, but the industry we have a different crops. Generally for the study takes one time. So how as an you see those how you can rectify those gaps as well as do you think any industry support is required in that angle?
So very good afternoon to everybody, and I'm Dr. Yan Sambandam, Joint Director Plant Quarantine and Scheme in Charge Plant Quarantine, looking after the plant quarantine activities for the entire country. So under the Plant Production Advisor, Dr. J.P. Singh. So before going into the subject, I would like to convey my thanks to the organizers for inviting me, given an opportunity to share my views in this thing. And as regards to this thing, seed industry, there is no doubt, because a lot of progress is happening. India is having vast opportunity to lot of avenues are there to improve further, because it is a major seed hub. So there is, as per the industrial estimate, there is around 130 to 140 million dollar seed export business is there. Major contribution is from your organization. More than 52 industries are collaborating, participating, and there is as of now, a lot of export is being taken to the Middle East, Northeast Asian countries, and there is a scope to improve export to other countries to cover the entire Asia and other part of Latin America and other countries. There is a lot of requirement, lot of opportunities. The government is very well aware that, and we are working on that, and so a lot of improvement, lot of activities we are bringing into the system, that you may be aware that. And from our data, because plant quarantine management system is our web portal, where through which we have particularly for the seed import during the year 2023-24, we have issued around 4,808 import consignment, particularly for the seed we have cleared. So it was more than for 5,500 during the year 2024, for particularly for the import clearance, which total quantity varies from 20,000 metric ton to 25,000 for the year 2023-24. So number of consignment more than 6,000 consignments. So that is pertaining to the import, particularly for the seeds. Major contribution is vegetable seeds. And if you look at the export during the 2023-24, it was 9,285 consignments. We have given a phytosanitary certificate for exports, and the quantity tallies around 66,000 metric tons during 2023-24. That it is more than 7,000 metric ton during the year 24-25. Consignment numbers, more than 10,000 numbers of consignment for export. So that statistics available with plant quarantine says that there is a lot of export than the import. Almost more than a 50% increase in the export. Import, if you say it is 5,000 numbers only, number of consignment, but the export is 10,000 numbers. It's a double. So the trend is increasing. So considering these things, so we are taking constant effort. We are constantly in touch with your organization and other stakeholders also. And we are, you know that as per ISPM 32, the categorization of the commodities
for the pest risk. The seeds are considered as a high risk commodity, so that it is that's why it is scheduled under serial number 6 of plant quarantine order. So on the basis is we are improving the laboratory capacity of the regional plant quarantine stations, because because as per the PQ plant quarantine order notifications, you can import seeds only through the regional plant quarantine stations, where it has got ultra modern laboratory facility with the technical manpower. So that's what we are constantly improving the infrastructure, manpower, training, all those things, so that to facilitate the import and export of seeds from India or to India. So additionally, we are taking effort, because as of now only 6 regional plant quarantine stations are notified for the import of seeds, mainly for Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, Amritsar, and Chennai. This thing, Mumbai. So these 6 regional stations are allowed for import of seeds. Of late, we are recognizing the import laboratory at regional plant quarantine in Kandla also. So soon that will also become part of station, regional station, where this can also facilitate import of seeds. So that efforts are we have taken efforts, and it will be implemented soon. Other than that, we are having system of referring the seed for export or import to the ICR institutions, nearby ICR institution. We are mapping that, we have mapped that ICR institutions having facilities to analyze the virus, bacterial testings or molecular level testings. So that we are referring to that, and that mapping also we have done it, so that is there also additional laboratory facilities. So other than the regional plant coordination, they are issuing the test reports for seed export and import additional declaration, particularly for virus. So that is happening. Other than that, as you are aware that NSPM 23, under NSPM 23, we have last year recognized the phytosanitary service agencies and phytosanitary service providers. So wherein they can also issue that they involve in inspection as well as the lab testing. Even though there are some limitations are there, but we had a meeting with FSII, and during it was held in there was a NSPM 23 workshop. It was held in April 24. So in that workshop, we have in elaborate detail we have discussed how to infuse or how to integrate the members or the seed industries under NSPM 23, considering the this ISPM provisions also. So that we have taken up. That is also we are positively working on that. Even though we sought some comments, and that comments also we got it, and that quickly we can work on that aspects also. So that is again a major thing, because most of the, as per your statistics, the 52 research-based seed and biotech industries already contributing 70% of R&D expenses of Indian agri biotech industry. So that you have a full-fledged laboratory, because under NSPM definitely, because it is under consideration. So we will we are taken a note of that, and we are working on that. So shortly we will resolve that issue also, so that because these commitments already we have given during April 24, during the NSPM workshop 23 workshop also. So that we have taken into consideration. Once we integrate these the industry having accredit or register the industrial laboratory for testing the virus and other additional declaration for seeds. So that will be definitely a boon for the industry and boon for the country to promote the export of seeds, and that will facilitate India as a major hub, seed hub. So that activity we are doing, and As far as revision of PQ order is concerned, so we have already, because lot needs to be done on that thing, and we have constituted a committee comprising of our regional in charges as well as experts from ICR. Madam also one of the committee member. So we have started with the comments, and FSII also given a comments, and because there are lot of things needs to be done, the grouping of virus and all those things, and the additional declaration should be uniformly matched into that. So for which we are reviewing the PRA, and accordingly we are matching the additional declaration. Once the PRA review is get completed, so then we will recommend that thing for notification to the Ministry of Agriculture, and that it will also take up. So that is update for the revision of PQ order. And laboratory as accreditation, as I told you, because this commitment is already, we have started working on that, and that will be done. And launch of seed module in PQMS, because already seed module has been launched already, because as you are aware that the Ministry of Agriculture has taken a policy decision to exclude the EXIM requirement for the import of seeds during last year. So that based on that decision, so the requirement for filing application for EXIM committee clearance has been dispensed, so that we have developed, Plant Quarantine has developed a module called seed module, and then so that has already infused in PQMS system. But we will also, considering this, we will give a training to your members also exclusively for that, so that they will also well aware about the system, so that will how to use that seed module, that will serve the purpose. Apart from that, stakeholder dialogue and all those things, we are regularly having it. That's not a problem. And we are very happy to work in collaboration with the members of the seed industry, as well as the members of other stakeholders, including ICR and other research institutions, APEDA or other council, export promotion council, or whomsoever it may be. So that is the positive aspects of the progress going on. Apart from that, plant quarantine management, we have taken a lot of efforts under ease of doing business, because to cut down the timelines, because even there are some, this is a case of virus testing and all. Earlier it was timeline was it was taking more than 30 to 35 days time, because to follow the existing the traditional practices. But after that, by using the molecular techniques and the molecular diagnostic system, so we could able to reduce the timeline into 50%. Maybe maximum of 15 days is the maximum cut-off time for this thing, virus and all. That we are effectively utilizing that, but even we are looking for the mapping of some additional facility. Even there are certain proposals to upgrade our regional plant quarantine stations into a molecular level referral laboratory, so that will also facilitate. So these are in the pipeline, these are in the plans. So this will be step by step implemented in the days to come. So that is the updates going on. Other than that, the major issue is the plant quarantine management system. That is a PQ plant quarantine web portal. So we have made lot of efforts and lot of upgradation we have done it. So into that, so that to facilitate export and import. So now everything almost most of the things are online, and the application filing and e-payment system and scrutiny, documentation filing, all those things are happening through online only. There is no requirement to file a physical document to the station level. That is going on. That is, we have done it. And then we have introduced a mobile app system for the PSSA, phytosanitary service providers, agencies, as well as the phytosanitary service providers under NSPM 23 also, as well as our plant quarantine inspectors also, to use the mobile app connected to the PQMS system, so that the inspection reports for the export of seeds, inspection, export or import, can be submitted through the online system itself, mobile app itself. So that has got a geo coordination, lawn and latitude, longitude will be captured. So that also it is in practice, that is going on. Other than that, we have introduced the e-phyto system also. So e-phyto system, of course, it has been introduced, but there we are reviewing it. But most of the countries are our export, whatever we are issuing the phytosanitary certificate to the various country, including the seed export, the phytosanitary certificates are immediately, within every 15 minutes, it will be transmitted to the IPPC hub at Rome, so that the importing country can have access of the XML format as well as the PDF format of the phytosanitary certificate, so that the authenticity of the phytosanitary certificate can be verified by them quickly. So that will reduce the time, and that will facilitate the easy release of the consignment from the into the other end. So that is the case of e-phyto. But in case of e-phyto for receipt, that is coming, the phytosanitary certificate issued by the other countries, which we are receiving from our end. So there we are reviewing it. There actually there are some issue, and because there are some certain requirement, we need to have a agreement with the particular country. Certain countries are insisting to have a specific agreement, then only they will share the data like that. That we are working on that, and we are identifying the major countries which we are importing. So that integration will be, we have reviewed recently, and yesterday also we had a virtual meeting with all our regional stations as well as the PS issuing authorities and the PQ stations, and we have made a demonstration for e-phyto system also. So there are certain issues are there, certain that we will be rectifying it quickly, and so that we will be in a position to completely or effectively utilize the e-phyto system to facilitate export and import. So that will reduce the major timeline. Apart from that, I would like to brief you about the integration with the customs. The major step the customs has taken it, that is the integration of participating government agencies like plant quarantine, FSII, other agencies. So with the SWIFT system, SWIFT 2.0, they have launched that, under which SWIFT 2.0, all the participating government agencies should has to be integrated directly. But as of now also we are having integration. But the problem is now the exporter or importer has to come and apply for export certification or import release in our portal, in PQMS portal. But once the SWIFT is integrated, they need not, the exporter importer need not come to the PQ portal. Directly they can apply to the customs portal itself. So that for the bill of entry filing, first they should file the bill of entry for import, and they have to file shipping bill for export. So at that time itself, that parameters or which are the field required, that will come to our PQMS system and fill the application automatically. So that kind of API, pull and push API we have developed, and yesterday we have integrated that. Now it is we have to start the pilot project for with the certain station, so that is a foolproof system. First customs is focused on import, and later stage export will also be infused into that. So that once this system is effectively implemented, then the timeline will be reduced, so that under one portal all the you need clearance from other stakeholders also. So under one portal everything will be, you can able to view the history, and under one portal timeline will be measured, all those things will be there. So that is happening. So one the SWIFT portal has got a e-Sanchit also, so that once exporter importer file the documents, phytosanitary certificate or the import permit or shipping bill, invoice, packing list, bill of lading, bill of entry, all those things will be in a in a collectively in a common place, so that all the participating agency can have access to that. So that need not, there is no requirement to separately submit the supporting documents for the case of export and import. So that is happening, that is going on. Hopefully the customs also, it is a policy decision taken by the higher level, the cabinet secretariat level, so that that will be shortly and quickly they are in maybe of another 2 to 3 months time, they may be in a position to implement that import clearance, and later on they will do it for export also. So these are all the overall updates. So I would like to brief you, so that this is Plant Quarantine, Ministry of Agriculture, the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and DPPQS is very positive, and we are very keen to promote our export, and very keen to safeguard our country from biosecurity aspects, so that we are happy to have a collaboration with the industry, and we look forward more and more in future, and so that this will be a benefit to the farmers, because whatever we are doing, at the end of the day, the farmer is the authority, so to get benefit, so that to meet the vision of our Prime Minister, so doubling or tripling the income of the farmers. So we should work in more closely and more effectively, more vigorously, so that the vision of the country, vision of the Prime Minister will be achieved. Ultimately the farmers will be happy, and so the farmers is happy, we all will be happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I think you have covered every point which we wanted to understand from you and hear from you about the PQ order. So there are so there are few questions which I have, but because of the shortage of time, I would not like to ask you right now. I will connect with you further on these questions. But first, I think we will give opportunity to the audience. 2 questions they can ask because everybody is here. So please.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you have shared a very, very good update. I just would like to, first of all, my name is May Chochoy. I'm currently working at Eastwood Seed, but of course, I'm based in Thailand. And it's so impressive the way you share the process, especially the SVM 23 and the strategy to involve more, especially the seed lab accreditation. I would like just to share some reflection according to what you help to share the insight. ICM 32, of course, saying that seed is carrying very high risk, and it would be great if also ICM 38 can be considered as the main ICM for seed, especially ICM 38 would help to qualify a better risk mitigation according to the purpose of the use of the seeds. Say like Dr. Celia rightly mentioned that well, of course, if we export the seed for lab testing or destructive form later, but we still need to. There's a pathway that Dr. Celia kindly proposed that we can provide the samples, and then one for PQ and one for the private sector. If in the future, that would be great if the purpose of use of the seeds after importing, especially for the lab testing, can be considered very low risk, so that then the industry do not need to go to the channel, that they need to submit also the samples at the PQ for post-entry quarantine process. And I believe this would help to boost the capacity of the research and development, because I think that would link a lot with the R&D process that now they use molecular marker, and so just only the seeds or the samples in the destructive form, they can do the research purpose accordingly. I share this according to the experience in Thailand. Similarly, Previously, we did not have at all this channel, and we could succeed, could discuss with the government, and they eventually set and revised the PQ law to allow this kind of process to be included. And come to NSPM 23, and I think that this one pretty much linked nicely with ISPM 45 for the lab accreditation and field inspection. And I heard that there's a requirement that put quite, if I read it correctly, is quite strictly put in the qualification. For example, even the age is limited to 45, and there's a training need that's clear. I just give example that it can be nice if later we can maybe exchange the experience between India and other countries. How can we make it more practical together among public and private sector, and taking that the forum like FSII, like experts also from other country can help to come and share the approach. How can we make it more practical so that beyond, I think beyond an SPM 23, later at the IPPC level, that would be annexed to ISPM 38, which talks about system approach concept. And if India can start with this process practically, I believe that India would be having very competitive advantage. In the sense of you already share a lot of the export and import consignments a year, and that's very impressive. And if we can eventually set this to be more favorable environment for the private sector, and then later stage system approach would be even come faster. System approach is different from the ISPM that talk about a system approach in other commodities, but this one is more for the seed specifically. It means that it's mean for multilateral agreement among 3 to 4 countries that India think that would be the trading partners in the future. And so the NPPO from those countries will come and agree on the same pest list, and then the private sector will also help to come into the picture, because you already have the system of NSPM 23 implemented. And if we could go into that stage for India, I believe that would really help to take India beyond what we are. I mean, that's the context that we are talking today. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. It's a good suggestion. Actually, we have already into this certain improvements in the NSPM 23, so that we have already started working on that, because NSPM 23 we brought it mainly to cover up general imports and the general exports. So just to facilitate the third party under recognition, to facilitate to inspection and lab testing. Mostly that covers mainly for the entomological aspect, insect freedom status, or weed freedom status, or nematode freedom status. And as far as the seeds are concerned, because it is a high risk commodity, the diagnosis of virus and bacteria is very crucial. So that is that's what we need to have a extension of this NSPM 23 in context with ISPM 38. Okay, so that way we are working on that, and we need to have more and more clarity, so that we because the molecular level under which, because the recognition will be given for those laboratory having molecular, because virus and bacteria, if we say that, definitely you cannot ignore molecular techniques also. So that we need to infuse all those parameters into the extension of NSPM 23, where the molecular, how to recognize the molecular laboratory, what are the common instruments, minimal instruments required for that, for bacterial testing, virus testing, viri testing, all those things. So then how the Of course, age and qualification and this, then automatically when we infuse the molecular testing, all those things, that also will be considered. That's not a problem. So that then we can we had to look into the training aspect also. There was already some discussions we had in the workshop itself. We had a discussion with NIPHM and the industry also. So industrial already they have made a request to have a tailor-made training program only for the seed industry, where the 15 days it should be made into 15 days instead of a lengthy 1 month period can be cut short. So that also it is under progress, so that we can make it quickly and we can take a note, and so that that way we can make it. I request your the FSII to make a out of this kind some kind of from this forum you can make a recommendation also, so that that can be through which we can able to push it further.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we have taken note of the points which you have shared, and we will surely come with the action points, and we will look forward for the full implementation of the e-FITO, which will cut down the timelines for seed import and export, and for the RPQS stations which you have mentioned. So I think
my request one more thing is, my request is, because if you provide that some kind of inputs when you are giving, okay, action points you are giving, additionally I request the industry also to give a feedback which country you give a priority country, identify the priority country where you are exporting, target some 10 countries or 15 countries which major export is happening, and for import and export, and then we can focus first, because within a single point of time it is not possible to take it up. So which you can give us a statistics stating that which country you are importing more, and which country you are exporting more. Give a list of 10 to 15 countries. Then we can focus those 10 countries first. Then we can examine our e-FITO system whether properly, and also we can also match with the existing PSC what we are getting, what we are issuing, whether it is properly pulling or pushing, that we need to check it up. Then if any bilateral negotiation is required with the country, then we can initiate. So like that we can in a phased manner, so that you can, if you give a this thing information, that will be helpful. Apart from that, NSPM 23 also you provide us information, that way molecular level test, what are the things are there, what are the your this checklist, what are the this information, so that we can, it will be additional information, then we can again sit together and fine tune it. So that is how, no? So that is a major issue, because government and private partnership is now very important. We cannot ignore that, because as you know that manpower in the government system, it is only 50% only. So that if you provide information, and if we both of us actively collaborate, the timeline will be shortened and we can push forward. Otherwise, if we are mutually giving or mutually understanding, not understanding each other, next conference also we will be saying the same thing.
No, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I think this is very much important to share the feedbacks and prioritize the work that where we wanted to go first.
Even
so
for PR also, I request you to priorities. If you give so much list, because you know that other countries they are taking 5 years, 10 years like that. But we are very fast, because as you know because you give priority collectively instead of individually. Association can, industry can take a common thing. You collectively give it, because otherwise individually if they are giving, okay, they can have a right to submit individually, but you can prioritize and give us. These are our priority. This is where if we get a market access for that, we can get more revenue for the country. So we give a priority for that. Definitely we will give the focus on that. We will work on that. Then we can make it. So that way we had to plan it.
So I think these points were there in the discussions also, which we want to discuss, but due to time constraint, I think we will close the session and we will connect with you separately again for these points, because these are very important points which you are bringing on the table. So I would like Surbi to and I think we can close the session and we will connect again with sir.
Definitely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much
for the
all the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a small request. It's time to honor our guest with a small token of remembrance. May I please request Mr. Surya Rao to present a small token of remembrance to Dr. S. Gyanasambandhan, please. Thank you, sir. Time for a session picture, please. If I may request all panelists to please move forward for a session photo. Thank you. It was indeed a very, very informative session. It is time for a well-deserved break for lunch. However, in the interest of time, I would make a very polite request that we would have a lunch break of 40 minutes and we'll be back in the same hall at 2:15 p.m. And after which we'll have a special address by our chief guest, Mr. Ajit Kumar Sahu. See you. Thank you.
Hello, mic check.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break and and are ready for an engaging afternoon. Without further ado, it is my absolute pleasure and honor in welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Ajit Kumar Sahu, IAS Joint Secretary, Seeds, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. A very warm welcome from the Federation of Seed Industry of India, sir. Please allow me to request our chief guest to please join us on the stage, please. Also, the panelists for session 3. Our session 3 is enabling policies and regulatory reforms for global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall also begin with the session 3. And for this session, may I please request our session chair, Dr. P.K. Singh, Commissioner, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, to join us on stage. Our session moderator, Mr. Ram Cornea, Advisor, FSII, and other session panelists, Dr. G. Chalubaraju, Asia Pacific R&D Head, BASF India, Dr. Deepal Roy Chaudhary, Joint Registrar, PPVFRA, and Ms. Paramita Ghosh, Deputy Manager, Legal, Mahiko Group. One more. First, we'd like to welcome our chief guest. May I please request Mr. Rajveer Rathi to offer a small token of welcome to our chief guest, Mr. Ajit Kumar Sahu, please. A huge round of applause. As a token of welcome and appreciation, may I please request Dr. G. Chalubaraju to welcome our session chair, Dr. P.K. Singh, with flowers. It is our pleasure to have with us today a panel of distinguished experts representing policymakers, researchers, lawyers, and in Mr. Cornea, we have someone who has been at the helm of affairs in seed industry for decades. I hereby request Mr. Ram Cornea to take over the proceedings of the discussion, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. After a nice lunch, it is always difficult to keep the people awake. So we hope to make it a bit of an exciting session, and also with the presence of the two distinguished guests we have from the government. Please be very attentive. Please listen carefully so that you are fully equipped to ask questions in the end. Okay. So with that, I will leave it to the chair for his opening remarks and then setting the stage for the discussion. Yeah.
So very good afternoon to all of you. Now friends, we know that Indian seed industry is early in its initial days from 1990s and onwards. Really focuses mainly on vegetables, horticultural crops, and not the high volume, low value crops. So we know that the growth of this industry has been only because of vegetables and other horticultural crops like flowers and all. So, but what made it in this way, that how this industry flourished so fast in this field, is only because we have a very good germplasm resources in India. We have diverse climatic conditions to grow not only seed but the crop also. And then we have different conditions, different organic farming systems, natural farming systems, and all those systems which can give a very good very good produce which can be exported or which can be fetch very good market in India. So our cultural heritage, what was there with the vegetables like cucurbits and all, so that provided a very good base for the development of the industry. And then the R&D support and all those things, whatever investments by the industry, not only by the industry but by the government also. So our Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, they all helped in selecting the germ plants from different places, collecting that, and then providing it as a parental material to all the industry. So I hope that in this session, whatever more is required in enabling policies and regulatory reforms to again make it our industry a global competitive industry, that we will be discussing in this session. And we have with us Ajit ji as Joint Secretary Seeds, and he is helm of affairs for all those things, because he is also leading of international cooperation. That is again a good combination, that he is looking seed and then he is looking international cooperation. So I think in this session we can discuss all these issues, and then let us see what outcome we have in this session. Thank you. Let us begin with it. If you want to say something.
You would like to say some opening remarks?
Really? No, you can go ahead.
Okay. We will come back to. So the topic of discussion is enabling policies and regulatory reforms for global competitiveness. Here we must first see that what is global competitiveness, and here we are talking of global competitiveness of our seed industry, Indian seed industry, especially the vegetable seed industry. And in a way this also refers to the global competitiveness of our farmers, because the farmers ability to export agricultural produce, especially with government's ambitious target of reaching $100 billion agricultural exports, if it has to come true, then unless you are competitive in the market, global markets, you cannot export. And seed industries share today, so that is at the farmers level. Even at seed industries level, we are currently the global seed trade is about $100 billion. In a $100 billion seed trade, our share currently is minuscule, right? We are not even $500 million. So that means we have a long way to go. And we have discussed earlier also that we should have a target of around 10% of the global market. Means at least we should touch $10 billion exports of seeds. This is the broader target with which we started discussions. Even with the government we had this discussion. And this number of 10,000 crores seed exports is there in the system in our discussions. So to be able to do that, we must be globally competitive, naturally. So what is global competitiveness? Like we said in the morning, you can be competitive on cost front, so that you are able to compete on the price front. You have to be competitive on the quality front, because if you don't offer quality product, we are talking of seed here, people will not buy that seed. So it has to be of that quality level. And thirdly, you should be able to deliver on time as per schedules. International trade, you can't take excuses of delayed deliveries, right? So the credibility of some of the organizations, some of the countries have been built on seed exports, because they have maintained highest standards of quality and delivery. You take Chile, Chile is one of the largest exporters of seeds. Custom production of seeds happens there. And South Africa, and then many countries who have specialized in this area. But India is not there at that level as yet. And there are many reasons for that. One is that we have never focused on that because our domestic need and domestic demand is so high that focusing on global markets was never a high priority for us. But I think we are reaching a stage where our seed industry today is capable of tapping into the global market. So how do we go about doing that? What are the ways to do it? And how do we develop products which are meant for global markets? Firstly, they must suit the other markets. As you know, seeds travel along the latitude. Seeds don't travel along longitudes. So if you have identified your markets which are where your seed can move, then you know what are the target markets. But some of the countries in the northern hemisphere also produce here what is called counter season production. That means you produce in a different hemisphere so that you get your inventory management into an optimal levels. So there are multiple opportunities like that to be actually participating in this global trade. But are we there? So I would like to start this. We have three very eminent panelists here. Dr. Cheluraj from NUNHEMS, who is the research head of NUNHEMS. Dr. Dipal Roy Chowdhury from PPV FRA. And Ms. Paramita Ghosh from MICO, who is the legal manager there. So we have a very good combination, and we hope to get some good ideas and also directions for us to go forward. So let me start with Dr. Cheluraj. So Dr. Cheluraj, the question is that if we have to have a share in the global seed trade, our varieties or our hybrids must be good enough to take share out of those things, which is dependent on our research and innovation system. So as a researcher, what are your thoughts that how can we actually develop such varieties and take part in the global markets?
Now also add one more question, because he has raised two issues. Now the custom seed production, that is one issue, and the development of varieties for the custom locations.
Yes.
They are both you throw light some on both of the things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, it has to be read. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Also, thanks for FSSI for giving the opportunity to be a panelist and share the viewpoints along with the dignitaries. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, as requested, I focus on 2 points. One is how the research capabilities make we are competitive in the global market environment. The other one is how to leverage and strengthen our seed production capabilities. These are the 2 points. I start with the illustration of a story like he said, show the innovation and grow global. I take innovation is a seed. We have the seed growing very well already. We made a lot of strides. And this seed has been growing very well in the soil. What is that soil? It is a collaboration of different stakeholders, industry, government, and several other players. And if the soil is continue to be fertile, then India can be a garden to deliver a food to the whole world. So with this illustration, I was very happy when I was in the previous session. There was a lot of collaboration happening already in the phytosanitary area and the plant quarantine issues, which is exactly the soil we wanted to continue and flourish. So now let us have a visualization. We need to further build this industry as a research-based industry rather than coming and occupied by some fly-by-night operators. This is exactly the innovation as a value. What that value? You said in the morning, innovation is very important. Encouraging innovation and protecting the innovation is very important. For that, the protection of IP is important. That's the key. I'll come back on the research. Protection of IP, the misconception of anti-farmer is not true. Why it is not anti-farmer? Somebody said that in the morning, our pepper is not being sold in some market, Myanmar is taking the share, where your residue level is increasing. For that, what you need? You need a multiple disease resistance hybrid where you can use the less pesticides. For that, you need the investment. This so far, the incremental research happening, the people are releasing the multiple hybrids and varieties to tackle the problems. Now and then everybody is contributing. Our seed replacement ratio, because of all the efforts of government and the private industry, has grown very well. But now we come to the situation, global warming, the disease pressure, the variability of the pathogen, increasing the challenges. To do that, we need to have a different level of research. What is that? We need to do a gene discovery. We need to have a speed breeding methods. We need to bring the technology double haploid. We need to adopt the predictive breeding, where use the data to predict your hybrid performance already. To do this, you need an investment much more than you are already investing. And they are risk-taking investments. You cannot guarantee you will get the best hybrid multi-disease resistance hybrid. But to do that risk, you need a leverage. That is very important. That type of research is needed. To do that, what is the policy support is needed? I will come back on the custom production later. To do that, we have a good policies. I don't say that we don't have a IP protection policies, but the problem is the enforcement. A simple example, a fly-by-night operator take exactly your parents, sell in 3 months in the market. Where is your investment going to return on your investment? So that needs the speedy addressal of that infringement, which is you have a lot of technology advancement today. You don't need a years together to understand this is infringement. You have a DNA fingerprinting. So bring the penalty heavily so that set the examples to the industry. Let the true intention of the startups come to the space to do the research. That is the enforcement. Other thing is efficiency, ease of doing the business. I think we have a PVPFR, we have a NBA, we have a seed registrations units. Of course, they are all doing great job in isolation, but there is a possibility the provisions can be harmonized and create a single window system. With that, if the government policies and the involvement of the private industry, collaborative research, where, for example, okra, every 2 years, the disease outbreak is happening. For that, you never understood yet the genome sequence of okra, which needs the huge investment, which one company cannot do that. In the environment, after 2 years, your hybrid is not marketable. For that, we need the involvement of the multiple companies and the government institutes where everybody can have the involvement. There are the non-competitive areas we can collaborate that one. That will aid to a fundamental research to address the big problem. For example, suddenly black thrips happened. 2-3 years back, Maharashtra, whole tomato was collapsed because of the Tiranga virus. So these type of diseases needs the fundamental research. To do that fundamental research, we need a lot of fund. That can happen collectively. That is the one thing. So with that, there can be a consortium projects. There should be access of the material from the government institutes to the new startups and all, where people come forward. Of course, the entry barrier in seed industry is very weak. That is fine. That is good for the farmers. There should be more options. However, that should not be a free walkover for the fly-by-night operators. That's what I intended. It's not that everybody should not do that. Everybody is thief. But there are certain elements are making the whole landscape difficult. Then coming to the custom seed production. Already everything said there is a good progress. It is connected to the IP. I was a global head of seed production, handling the seed production of 21 countries in my previous job. There is a reputational issue. There is a perception, IP, your material will be stolen if you produce it in India. Create examples, it is not the case. China, of course, is not big difference between us, but I see recently China is taking a criminal route to have a penalty of the infringement, so that they are creating a confidence to the global market. In addition to that, Ananda said sustainability, labor standards. There will be a level playing field for everybody. Don't look at selectively. They are good policies, they are good industry standards. So global players wanted to see India is a compliant, they can trust us, so that these sustainability practices could be enforced to everyone who is involved in the seed business, not to the selectively. That's the one thing. Another thing, seed health. Seed health is another important to increase. Of course, the previous panel brought a lot of topics to improve that, but the seed health management should be a skill development, capability development of seed health should be enhanced, so that we produce the disease-free seeds like CGMV in the watermelon and some viruses in the solanums are not usable if you don't take the seed health management into practice. Bring the referral labs, bring the capability of the seed health, so that there is the quality is assured. So these are the certain measures I can summarize, so that we can contribute to make the India as a global seed hub. So these are my summarized points, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you made some very excellent points. You know, I think when you talk of fly-by-night operators, I mean, just because the two senior government officials are here, I want to say that there are more than 400 seed companies in the country, but all are not same, and there is a need for maybe around 60-70 companies who actually invest in research. And if you want to count some of them who are compliant with various laws and things like that, you might find 100 companies. But beyond that, thing is call as our seed industry is a small head and a long tail industry. And so, but the whole industry gets a bad name when some spurious seed is caught in the market and things like that. So I think we have to have a nuanced approach in this. So when he talks of the fly-by-night operators, he is referring to those people who actually steal intellectual property and spoil our reputation in the world stage. So there are many other points, so we will come back. Yeah. Thank you very much. But since you touched upon intellectual property, I think that is the right segue to reach out to Dr. Chaudhary here. And so now what I would like you to address, Dr. Chaudhary, is that of course you are free to say whatever you want, but I am just saying that the enforcement aspect of intellectual property law, PPA and FRA, what are the thoughts on how we can improve? Because I think the processes for registration and other things are getting streamlined quite a lot, especially in the last 3-4 years. But how do we actually make sure that the enforcement is very strong? So over to you.
Thank you, sir. Audible? No?
You go forward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, FSSI, for giving us an opportunity to talk about the enforcement issues related to IP protection. See, vegetable is a sunrise industry. The CAGR of vegetable is much more than the cereal crop as on date. Because of urbanization, people tastes are changing, requirement for processing, so on and so forth. There are a lot of material are coming from outside. The varieties are being bred in India, and people are getting newer offerings. But of late, if we check the landscape of plant variety production in India as compared to the cereal crops and vegetables, it is still a very late comer. So I mean to say, if we see that there are about 1,200 applications that we have received from the private industries in 4-5 brinjal, okra, tomato, cabbage, cauliflower, so on and so forth. I'm not talking about goats because that's not a very big segment as on date, I believe, though there are some players over there. Unfortunately, what happens is that there is a talk that there are a lot of material lost by fly-by-night operator. You must need to understand that IP is a private right, first of all. So you need to, protect your right first. To enforce the provisions in this act, what are the provisions? I would say that where are the pockets of production is going on, you may, let's say, spread a word among the judiciary, the police, as well as the seed industries. So in the Europe, you see there is an anti-infringement bureau, AIB. I think last year they have made a presentation over here as well. It is very difficult, of course, to implement each and everything whatever they have said over there. But taking a cue on what the points which we can, work over here, so that you can identify your licenses. You can put up then jointly, let's say, in your in the seed industry platform, so that people got to know that these are the registered licenses, these are the registered varieties which are also being, these are the registered parental lines. So I think registration of parental lines are also very important, because not much people are doing it as compared to what they have done in cereal crops. In vegetables, people have done mostly the varieties and hybrids, but not the parental lines. So I believe that registration of those parental lines are also very important. That is one part, is that. Second is that we are in a process of reviewing our act. Everybody must be knowing. So in case if you think that there are certain issues which can be incorporated, let's say there are provisions in section 64 where infringement actions can be given. We are also working on section 24(5) on for provisional protection to, there is a demand from the industry to strengthen it. Of course, we will be doing. But these things will take a little more time. By the time you also need to, gear up to, protect your parental material, to publish in, let's say, what are the licenses that you have got, to whom you have given licenses, licenses in or licenses out, something like that. What are the varieties that you are protecting? Make a wide publicity and give these informations always to the state seed department, so that they are also well aware of, also the seed inspectors, so on and so forth. I would like to hear from you people what exactly in enforcement you would want to introduce, because vegetable might have a different niche requirement as compared to what the cereal crops are being done. That's in summation, sir.
Okay. So thank you, sir. I think that was a very important point you made, that it's an interesting point to say that IP protection is a private right. You are responsible to protect your own right. Right? I think that is a very important point you made, that those who hold PPV registrations must take their own measures to protect their own rights. The difficulty comes when the district level administration, whether it is the district collector's office or agriculture department office or police or the judiciary, they don't understand what is IP in seed. They all think that seed is a public good. So, I mean, we have seen this happening in Hyderabad. Many people went to file cases. So they said, what is there to file a case? Seed is a common thing. So what is there to steal in seed? So that is the type of, but what you said is right, that we discussed this with the authority also, that we would like to conduct some capacity building programs, but it is a huge task. And to go down to the district level and actually, educate people on this. But that is right, that we have to undertake that.
Ram sir, one more point.
Yes, sir.
That in Telangana, I have a very specific complaint that the organizers, one single organizer is organizing seed production of 10 companies.
Correct.
And then they are running away.
Correct.
Sometimes. So I don't know, that kind of problem came from a very senior person from Telangana.
So it is not
So
new,
what is
sir.
that?
That's what I mentioned in the morning. That our entire seed production system is highly unprofessional. It is not yet fully professionalized because many of companies cannot deal with so many small scale farmers. So they use a contractor in between. These are called organizers. And this organizer system is a double-edged sword, right? So it has served good purpose. It has also served the purpose of those who want to steal parent material. So it is something on which we still have to debate internally. But the greatest example of stealing of material is the illegal HTBT, which has occupied up to 30% of the acreage today in India in cotton. There can't be a bigger example than that. So how did that happen? So it has all happened because of ground level, what you have rightly described as the piracy, the role of organizers, the role of local political class. Everybody is involved in that. So I think it is a very important subject, but a very big subject on which we have to actually debate a little more. So before I go to Paramita, sir, Mr. Sahu, you are okay to wait for her comments before? You are okay. So Paramita, you are now the legal expert here. You are the only legal expert here. And so from your point of view, multiple acts, multiple laws which are governing our seed production, export, dealing with Biodiversity Act or you know, all the export related things. Many of them were discussed in the morning. But whatever are your comments on how these laws can be effectively applied to help in increasing exports, not in restricting exports, but how these laws can help in increasing exports?
Thank you, sir. And thanks to the organizer for inviting me here. Hello. Okay. Thank you to the organizer for inviting me here, and also my colleagues who have helped me, gather the information. And a very good afternoon to one and all the distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. What I've been hearing this session from the morning, and many of the points are very well covered. There is, talk on import, export, digitalized system, one system gateway where everything is can be bring together. So every point has been covered. Yet I will just give my insight into it. There are a lot of policies that are enabling this seed industry, and policies is a bridge between the innovation and the market. So we cannot neglect the role of the policy and the regulations. So among the various policies that is guiding us is one is the Biodiversity Act and the ABS. This act was enacted for a very noble intent of preserving biodiversity, ensuring equitable benefit sharing, and sustainable use of the biological resources. And there are various changes we have seen over the time, how this authority has worked, and however we still see some sort of practical difficulties, practical application related challenges still there. Previously, we had to file application through physical system, which was very difficult. But now we have they have enabled online system, which is very enabling and very fast. However, the once application is filed, there is less of predictability in terms of time. So it needs to be a time-bound system, because time is very important to all of us, and especially in vegetable seed sector, it's very important. So simple, and the compliances should be simple and practical. Clearly defined exemption should be there without the without compromising the conservation. Then that the overlap between the regulatory mechanism should be minimized. There is a need for harmonization. Then export-oriented seed varieties, time is of utmost importance. Therefore, timely approval is very much required from the national biodiversity authorities. Then the other segment that we've been talking about is the IP. So we have very robust framework for IP in India, which is this sector is being mostly governed by the Trademark Act and the Plant Variety Protection Act. And we have already heard from Dr. Dipal Rai Chaudhary about the plant variety protection. And I must say that here also the time was a big factor. When we started filing applications a decade back, we used to have application granted after a decade, and that used to be very, very disheartening. But today we get registrations done in a couple of years, and which is I would like to appreciate the PVP authority for doing so. Apart from that, yes, the enforcement that we have been talking about, enforcement still remains a very weak point. And mostly, as Ram sir has also said, and various stakeholders have mentioned, there is weak on-ground enforcement management. The judicially precedents are very less. There are, IPR cases rarely are very promptly, prompt actions are given. Then I believe there should be some central IP enforcement cell as well, because everybody is working locally, and because of which there is actually inconsistency in the system. And then once an infringement happens, how you actually prove that it is once getting to do that in a very time-bound manner is also very important. Then I think in the morning someone talked about the traceability, sample traceability, and also end user traceability. Some good practices. When I was preparing for this session, I was looking at the best practices over the world, and I was looking into end user traceability, which I found very good, and also sample SOPs for sample collection. I think Peru has this system where robust sample collection system is there, which I think is not present in India currently. Apart from that, courts actually lack technical knowledge. There is requirement for technical knowledge for the judiciary system, which I have already mentioned. But apart from that, the enforcement agencies like police, and they also need to be made more aware of what seed infringement is. And as I think Dr. Chalvaraju also mentioned, that the credibility issues are there. So once we have a good enforcement system that gives credibility. And once IP is generated, IP also gives credibility to this the suppliers, the global suppliers. We have seen that over time. And then about export regulation standpoint, I believe there is a complex wave of approval across multiple agencies is present right now, which is slowing down the process. So a single window system could be a much awaited thing. And I think in the previous session we got to know that there is some sort of a single window system is in process right now related to PQ and yes. So we are looking forward to it. And then apart from this, you know, also we talked about the custom production system, for which you know, when we are doing exports, those kind of for custom production and counter season production, there should be exemption for registration. So these kind of helps, you know, a faster processing, faster delivery, as Ram sir also mentioned. Then defined pest risk analysis protocol, and very fast track pest risk analysis also should be done. DGFT can consider, you know, rationalizing the export restrictions, and APEDA can also help in branding Indian seed varieties for global visibility, organizing buyers and sellers meet for focus seed export. I think and that's all I have. India is well positioned to be a global seed hub. Regulatory alignment, IP protection, digital infringement, and collaborative mindset can help us to go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So I think we have now had the first round of points expressed by everyone. We have, of course, Paramita has again listed quite a lot of points, but a lot of the points come back to IP. And so I think we need to also develop some kind of a mechanism that how do we look at the IP protection. Do we need in India an anti-piracy organization like he talked about in Europe? There is also one in Singapore, which is the anti-piracy organization. And how much of work can this type of organization do within the limits of the law is also something we need to look at. But at the end of the day, I think while it is the individual company's outlook to protect their right, but I think we need to have also kind of a supportive mechanism from the government on capacity building particularly. So capacity building is a very important area. I was very pleased when Dr. before session Gnana Sambandham, right? He talked about a portal and an online portal which is integrating everything together for promotion of exports. I think that's a very great initiative he talked about. And as it comes into full implementation and effect, I'm sure some of these things will get addressed. So before I go further, I think Mr. our JS sir has to leave. So I would like to give the floor to him for his remarks and comments, and then we'll continue after that.
Thank you, Kaundinya Sahab. Good afternoon to everybody. Respected PK Singh, Deepak Raiji, Parmila Ghosh, and Chalva Raju, and all colleagues and friends. I wanted to be here for the more time to listen to you basically, and that is one of my job to listen to you and incorporate those things in the policy. But anyhow, I'm short of time, so I could not come in the morning. I'm extremely sorry for that. However, whatever we have discussed so far and whatever would be the outcome, so I have already told Kuldeep and the FSSI to share with me so that it is officially documented, and also we take that's required action on after examining your suggestions, proposals, and that observation. This session is for the policy, and for the policy I think JS Seed is the most appropriate person, because seed related all the policy things will be initiated from my table. So certainly that I am very happy to note that this program is to discuss how to increase export and how to become a global hub in export. That itself is a very noble idea and noble decision, or whatever you say, that's a resolution. And whoever has given this target of 10%, achieving 10%, is certainly it's an ambitious, but certainly it's a will of the industry and will of the nation that we want to do that. And we have been hearing since childhood that that's a good beginning is half done. So I think when you have decided and we have thought that we have to go in that direction, so I think we'll do that certainly. And government is here to support in this that's endeavor, and certainly it is not possible without partnership of government and the public sector both. There are many areas where we have to move, there are many areas where you have to move, and both has to support each other for this. And in center of this is the farmers. So the policy thing, just I was listening and making a mind map that what are all the issues which have been discussed, and I think things are well identified. It has been debated also. I was looking the literature, so Sampat Kumar ji has also written. I have also seen many other research. So things are nearly identified. The issue is that how to go about it, how fast to go about it. So one thing is related to is that infrastructure. So infrastructure is there. Some more infrastructure is needed. Now government is bringing a new seed mission, and that has been announced in this budget. So that we have requested ICR to make it ambitious and improve upon the infrastructure part. So, and where that private sector is lacking, where there is problems storage related, or that transport related, or that any other sector, so that need to be plugged, identified and plugged. So that is one part. And besides, government is also supporting infrastructure creation through various programs. So that is there. But if there is still any gap in infrastructure, I would like to know if some intervention is required to be made, some new policy is required to be made, new program is required to be made. Certainly those can be discussed. Finance is another thing, and bigger companies don't have any issue of the finance. Certainly you are having finance to invest and do the research as well as do the development. But many smaller player may not be having. So we have also requested ICR to support them to create an ecosystem where that smaller player can also come into the picture. They can also, if they want to do something, at least they can use the infrastructure available with the public sector, so that they can also come into that. They are not only known as fly-by-night operators. Some of them might be serious, some of them want to do something, so they can come together, and even the bigger company can come together and work with us. Another is that IP and R&D part. Certainly that is one of the most important challenge which you are looking at, and PPVFRA and Madam Parvita has already spoken about it. But certainly it's require more, that's work is required to be done in this area. It's area where you have already told that awareness is one of the major obstacle and implementation is a challenge, because nobody understand, the most of the implementing agencies don't understand that thing. So this can be taken up if we can get some input and some we can have a detailed discussion on this, and we can even our ministry can approach to the judiciary for and the government can approach to the judiciary for incorporating these things in the judges training program, and also that we can get it incorporated in the officers trainings. Like I am coming from I'm IS, so I have our training is in Labasana. So we do read about that IP things, but not specific to seed. So sometime it might be required to be incorporated in the syllabus, in the their curriculum, that this is also an area, so that people become aware. And similarly, there are a lot of other training organizations, training agencies for various separate services, so that there also these things can be taken up, so that new, like see what happens earlier when we were childhood, in our childhood we were wasting lot of water. Today we know and we are aware, वो हमारे माइंड में घुस गया कि पानी बर्बाद नहीं होना चाहिए, इतनी बार सरकार ने बोला, इतनी बार सब जगह सुना है, then we immediately close down the tap. So similarly it has to be repeated in the minds, and ये जब तक इको होता रहेगा सिस्टम में तो लोगों तक बात पहुंचेगी. तो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जो ये अवेयरनेस का इशू है, that require a recurring effort. It has not to be that once we give that representation it is over. We have to make a regular plan to do that, like RBI is doing for making that public aware about that frauds, financial fraud, cyber fraud. So similar type of things we need to undertake. Government can also support through its our IC program. So that is there. And coming to that legal framework, what I think that policy, sometimes we say that the law is very good, law is available, but implementation is not very good. So the total framework need to be reviewed from time to time. We keep reviewing, but because this is a very complex matter, it's a very sensitive matter, it is not it has not been able to make it so far in the that's a review and revision of the Seed Act and other regulation. But certainly there is a will that it has to be done. So it will be done. We are trying our best, and but there are there's inherent conflicts in this area related to compensation, related to pricing, related to penalty, and related to cost. So these things are that keep coming, and democracy is about the pulls and pressures. Sometime you pull a lot, you give a pressure, sometimes farmer pulls and farmer gives pressure. So we have to find a balance. So right type of policy is that it creates a balance. So we have to discuss together that how to bring that balance. It's okay that the IP is protected, it's okay that your R&D is protected, it's good that R&D is supported through the tax that benefits, but also farmers' interests need to be protected. Because as Dr. P.K. Singh has already cited some examples, I've also hearing some examples that in the name of new hybrids, in the name of new seeds, the same old seed in the new packing comes, and it's higher prices, and also that no trials in many of the cases are done in the India, and it is launched directly, and then all the crops just go waste. So these type of things have been happening. So then comes the issue of that ethical practices, and how to stop those unethical practices, how to control those. So I have always been advocating, and since our first meeting I have been requesting Seed Association to bring their own code of conduct. Bring your own, why you depending upon the government, you can bring your own code of conduct, become a disciplined force, become a disciplined organization, and also bring your own star rating through an independent agency. You should not that FSII should do or NSI should do. let us fund together, bring an agency so who can certify it, which is independent. So certainly it will bring more credibility to the system. It will bring more credibility to you. And also sometimes it happens that seed costs are extraordinarily very high, especially in the vegetable seed. We are talking the vegetable seeds. Last year I went to Karnataka and to IMCT team I was heading for the drought inspection, and the farmers were showing the seed packets, and I saw the cost, so that was skyrocketing, and those all gone waste because of that that's a drought. But when I inquired, that seed cost does not that support that what claim they are doing. So but farmers gets attracted with the good packaging, good branding, and very good that claims. So those also required to be the controlled, and the best ways to controlling is by yourself. So nobody should control from outside. There is a limit of law. That's a philosophy which is called limit of law. Whatever Kanun we bring, there would be some loopholes and somebody will bypass that. So best way is the self-regulation. So I am in the support of that. The association should self-regulate its agencies, but it does not mean that government doesn't want to do, or government will not be doing. Government is aware of its roles and responsibilities. Certainly, wherever this required, will have more interaction, and whatever is required to be done will do that. Recently, your delegation have met Honorable Minister, and he has asked me to conduct a meeting with you all to hear you and also to hear the farmers. I have been hearing, but nobody has spoken about the farmers since the morning, and not morning in this session. Morning I am not aware. So the farmer is see, without farmer you are nothing. So until unless you keep your subscriber happy, they will make you happy. And that why I am telling this. In the morning I was interacting with one of my joint director. He told, ये पंजाब में क्यों नहीं राइस वीट टूट रहा है, क्यों नहीं वो जो है डाइवर्सिफिकेशन हो रहा है. जो मिलर्स है, मिलर्स को सब जगह मिलर्स बैठे हुए हैं, और वो मिलर्स ही सीड प्रोसेसिंग का यूनिट भी लगा के बैठे हुए हैं. दे प्रोवाइड फ्री सीड कि ठीक है भाई तुम ये ले जाओ, सीड लगाओ, तुम्हें कोई कॉस्ट नहीं लगेगा, बस होने के बाद तुम मुझे भेज देना. तो होल इकोसिस्टम इज देयर, नोबडी कैन ब्रेक दैट, बिकॉज वो सब जो है वैल्यू चेन के पहले वाले लोग और बाद वाले लोग वो सब एक साथ बैठे हुए हैं. तो वी हैव टू क्रिएट ए वैल्यू चेन इन सीड आल्सो. Some in Telangana it has been done, in some other state, and some of your companies are also doing that. But invest in the farmers as well. If we invest in the farmers, we take care of them, and we create a very good value chain by incorporating their farmer groups and POs, and in whatever way you feel. Especially when I visited Brazil, we saw that companies, they are not only providing the seed, but also tied up with the other companies for providing other inputs to the farmer, and also tied up for procurement, that who will be procuring and how it that benefit will be transferred to the farmers. Like for the soya bean procurement, so when we visited, I think in March or April we visited, and next year soya bean procurement agreements was happening that time for 2026. I was wondering that how they are so advanced in doing this contract with the farmer. But the farmer were using that commodity exchange prices to understand that what would be the prices. If he is assured that I am getting this much of price and my input cost is this, so I am secured. So they are doing, and the company told that they had, because they are the big farmers, so 3,000 farmers, they are with them since their 30 years, 40 years. When their grandfather were also with that company, and the grandchild is also with the company, same company, working together for purchasing of seeds and other inputs. So that type of confidence required to be built. We know that, we understand that in India there is a gap between the industry and with the farmer. There is a lack of confidence. So we need to break, and that can be broken by you more than anybody else. With that, I think if we can create very good value chain, both the seed company will be benefited and the farmers will be benefited. We should be transferring some of the benefit to the farmers. Certainly that would help. And best practices, you have already spoken about, given the example of Chile, South Africa, Peru, and Netherlands is already there. So whatever you feel that that those we can have a negotiation and MOUs with those countries for knowing about their best practices and implementing them with them. Our secretary was in Peru recently. Chile, we are having very close relationships, and we are in talk with them. South Africa, I myself will be visiting, I think in the coming months. So, and Netherlands, we are already working with it. So we can bring those technology. So whatever you feel, it's your suggestions are most welcome. If we need to set up something, we need to do something with them. It's the most welcome. And technology part, like I heard about that some that very good platform for providing that export facilitation. So similarly, Sati, I would like to speak about Sati, because Sati is a platform now which everybody need to support. You don't have other option to do that, because once Sati is successful, half of your problem would be addressed. Because when you can also address the issue of that fake seeds, you can address the issue of copying, and that's if somebody else is taking your brand from the farmer, so then everything can be taken care of. And we have also moving in a direction for creating seed Aadhaar. So seed Aadhaar is that like all our biometric is at one place, and we can verify through the OTP whether this person is having this is correct or not, and all our things are working based on the Aadhaar. Similarly, we can create seed Aadhaar, that all DNA mapping can be done at one place, and anybody can, like, it becomes very easy for PPB FRA to check whether that seed belongs to this person or that person, this company or that company. It becomes very easy if we preserve those that DNA fingerprinting. So we are asking NVPGR to do that and move in that direction. Certainly that would help. And Sati, because not only that production but also distribution we are bringing, and in Maharashtra you have already seen, I have interaction with you twice, and that was very good discussion, and you are also coming forward. So whatever that problem in Sati implementation is there, that would be resolved, and we are committed to do that. And by next year we would like that this is completely rolled out in whole of the country, and it will strengthen your hands, because no action can be taken without evidence, and Sati is the best way to generate evidence that this seed is has come from which source, and who has done the cultivation. Everything can be recorded. We are not interested in violating any IPR, and we do not want that your data should be somewhere stolen. And so we are taking care of that full that's a protection, like it is with the like UID is doing. So data protection would be there, and we would like your confidence to build in. We'll discuss with you how the data protection would be ensured. So certainly Sati, we would like that to move together. That's a good platform, and everything can be tracked there, and it will also help in building trust in the international market, because without traceability nobody is that especially that the bigger countries and European countries are not going to buy. So this will also generate, because it is government operated, so certainly it will be having more trust for everybody. So it will also create a platform for the single window thing which you have been asking, that all things should come together. So that is that can be provided. So besides that, many day-to-day issues which I have been finding, especially that I have been told in the last meeting when I was reviewing that OECD scheme implementation, that lot of plant protection matters are pending. So I would like those to be reviewed on a regular basis. I have requested the FSII to share the details so that we can take it up with the PP and PP division officers are already here. I think they have already assured you. So those things can be prioritized. We'll take it up on priority. Similarly, there is some confusion about that import-export policy after removal of EXIM thing. So we are working on that fresh guidelines that so that things are clarified. So if you have any doubt at any place that this need to be clarified, I would like Kuldeep to kindly consolidate and provide to me so that we clarify those things in the guideline. And also that there are issues with regard to the QR codes and other things. We are working, and once what I would just like to share this, we are working in Sathi with the AI now. AI, we are already started working with the AI, so that farmer, because you are also providing package of practices along with that your seed packet, and there have been that it is should be in the printed form in the that's or in the QR code form. Those things will not be required in future. Why it will not be required? We'll get it incorporated along with the Sathi portal. If you are on the Sathi, your seed is there, your package of practices would be linked, and in AI the farmers will be asking, because our AI is linked with the Bhashidi. Bhashidi means they can ask question in any of the 22 languages, and by on mobile phone asking in the voice, it's not need to be typed. They can go to the chat box, they can ask the question, and it will give answer in a simplified format. Like we are giving in the chat GPT, it gives in a very simplified answer. If you say that इसको common man की तरह एक 10वीं के बच्चे को समझाना है, उस हिसाब से मुझे आंसर बना के दे दो, वो बना के दे देता है. तो AI has that capability. So we are just building in that AI in this Sathi, so that not only that like he asked that ये बताइए ये सीड जो है जो QR कोड पे नंबर दिया है या QR कोड को स्कैन करके ये ठीक है कि नहीं, कहाँ उगाया गया है, तो वो सारा इंडिविजुअल आंसर देगा, ना कि उसको अभी बड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सा इसको एक ट्रेसेबिलिटी आती है, उसको वो डिसिफर करके एक सिंपल लैंग्वेज में इट कैन ट्रांसफर टू द फार्मर. Similarly, your package of practices can be built in, and then it will tell the farmer you have to use this seed in this manner. It will make your thing will also easy, and even it can graduate to the level that if you want that कि मुझे इस इलाके में बैंगन का सीड लगाना है, मुझे बैगन लगाना है, सबसे मुझे सीड किस किस एजेंसी के पास अवेलेबल है, कौन कौन से डीलर के पास अवेलेबल है, कौन से जगह से मैं खरीद सकता हूँ, इवन दैट इंफॉर्मेशन ही कैन गेट. So that things are coming in the Sathi very soon. So Sathi will help you not only in protecting your IP but also building your business. So I think that once we come into the single platform, providing single window service will become more easy. So that is one thing. And again I congratulate FSII for organizing this discussion and conference. And outcome whatever is there, I think I would be more than happy to hear it, and if required we'll bring that's the policy for increasing the export, and we would like that our farmers get benefited. And I will also like that for the vegetable seed you also try Ladakh, because I have been there for 5 years, and for this the best place for the seed, no humidity and very good sunlight. And because there the land holdings are small and no fun producing maize and barley there when it is available in surplus in other places, so high value crops and high value crop seeds can be developed, and it can be developed when the whole of the country is facing problem of heavy rainfall and other things, and there the water quality is it would be the glacial fed irrigation, and also that very good soil, it's already available there. And I think you can, for that high value crop of the vegetable seed, you can try Ladakh as well. So we can target such areas where there is potential of seed development, and it would be very helpful in exporting, because that's already organic. There is very less use of fertilizer, and government is also closing down. So new area can also be identified. That's what I wanted to share with you, and if there is any more question, I can.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will take a few questions before sir leaves. But before that, I just want to clarify 2-3 points, sir, because you raised some very important points. Number one is that seed is a very fragmented industry, very competitive industry. No company can charge a high price and get away with it for years together, because it will be a price competitive market. It is a price competitive market. And according to the data published by the Directorate of Economics and Statistics of Ministry of Agriculture, which gives cost of cultivation details, seed cost is nothing more than 6 to 7% of the total cost of cultivation in any crop you take. In fact, you will find that in saved seeds, where they have imputed cost, the cost of seed is the highest in wheat, actually, where the seed is saved. It is coming to 12%. So I think there is sufficient protection for the farmer in terms of pricing because of competition. So that is point number one. Point number two, I wanted to mention that farmer makes a very wise choice on seeds. When he buys a seed, he has to have a trust on the seed. Otherwise, he doesn't buy, because his entire crop and life depends on the seed. So he might buy a nicely packed seed once, but he will not buy it second time. So it is also something that, industry people sitting here, when we talk of people who supply low quality seed, those people are not sitting here. The problem is that all of them sitting here are already the converted people. So what we are trying to address is that how do we actually make the others fall in line. So that is another one. We have a code of conduct in FSII. All our members sign a code of conduct. So we do have that. So there is sufficient protection on that. The thing you mentioned about Brazil is the futures market. Unfortunately, we don't have futures market in India by which the farmers can cover his costs. I mean, I traveled quite a lot in Brazil, Argentina and all that. So this is a very fantastic system they have. Unfortunately, we don't have that. Sathi is a very good thing. I hope that technical glitches, I believe, this is what I hear from our members, that are still there. I am sure they are being sorted out. But I think Sathi will actually, and seed Aadhaar, what you mentioned, is a very good thing. I think that will actually solve a lot of issues. And so those are a few points. The new seed bill is something we are all looking forward to. I mean, we have been looking forward to it for the past many years. So I hope that it can see the light of the day sooner than later, because that has some good provisions. And the compulsory registration of seed variety is something which will actually bring a lot of discipline into the market. And the point you mentioned, that one seed cannot be sold under multiple brands, is also something which will get controlled with that. So because right now there is no control on that. And the nurseries, particularly because these are all vegetable seed companies, nurseries have to be brought under control, sir. There is a lot of nursery based sale which happens. So the new seed bill actually proposes a license for nursery. But I don't know whether something else can be done now before the bill is passed to bring nurseries under control, because the state government actually gives licenses for everybody except nurseries. So I think is there something that can be done there? One can look at that. And on IP, one of the suggestions we made is that can there be some special courts for IP? For example, Delhi High Court is supposed to be the best IP court. in general, not for seeds, in general. So if we have IP issues anywhere, we come and file cases here. Similarly, in every state or even in 2, 3 states, if there is a separate IP related court, it will not have full-time work, but still, it is a designated court, so it will set aside other things and then take up these matters. I think that will be very useful for timely handling. You know, sir, that agriculture is seasonal business and everything is time bound here. So if we miss one season, the guy who copied my product has already sold. He has already made his money. So next year, whether you ban him or whatever, you put him in jail, doesn't matter. So I think timeliness is very important. So those are a few points from my side, but open to you. Any questions?
Just to clarify 2 or 3 points what you have raised. Yes, it is a time-bound manner, but seed is always produced 1 year ahead of the season. So you have a lot of time to check those operators who produce your seed during that time.
No, sir. This year, sorry to interrupt. This year, 30% cotton area covered by illegal seed, we couldn't make out because these are all channels
Someone must
through
have
which
produced, na? That is the
they
point.
produced, but
they must have produced it last year.
Exactly,
It
sir.
is
They
not that
produced it
they
in.
have produced in
I
one
am
month.
telling you that they produced it in Gujarat last year. Okay. So what did the Gujarat government do? What did the agriculture department do? Those are the questions which come that when you have such.
And not only that,
1
someone
crore
has produced, sir. Someone has provided the original seed also. Those ST lines are not freely available in the market.
Yes, sir. But
so there must have been some companies who have provided those seeds.
There could be local companies, sir. That's what I am saying. That when you have the long tail,
if some local companies have that kind of R&D.
It's not R&D. It doesn't need any.
Produced ST
It doesn't need any R&D, sir. It is just simple integration which they can do, and it doesn't need much of R&D.
So if it is so easy,
the point is that people sitting here are suffering. Okay, so we have to see that how can we control the others who are not sitting here.
Now, second point is about the harmonization. Every time this issue comes that we need to harmonize the different acts, PPV and FR with Seed Act with NBA and all those. So this is, I think it is a very right time because they are going to update PPV and FR Act also, and Seed Bill is also there in the mind. And NBA has already been updated, so there is now no more scope for that, but at least we can now harmonize all these, so you all can sit together and see what are the points where we need to harmonize. And then there's so far this import for export category IP, that you should have raised here, that they should somehow use that. They should have some provision in PPV FR Act for import for export category.
This actually we talked about in the morning. Sorry, we didn't mention.
Okay.
But we talked about
So these are the things, and then again the quantity and whatever you are going to produce on this. If everyone is there onboarded on Sathi, so then we can really define the quantity of seed required by the different varieties in different areas, because unnecessary varieties released for one reason are being sold in other regions. So that we can check with that. And then what you said that same seed in different brands, yes, that can happen. That is legally available system, because if ICR produces a new variety and it is giving non-exclusive license to 200 companies, so they can produce in their brand name, but the name of the variety, what is given on the label, it should match with the what is packed inside. So that is that cannot be restricted, but yes, spurious ones can definitely.
Yeah. वो pesticides में भी होता है sir. Pesticides में भी that is one active ingredient in multiple formulations that happens. But unfortunately in seeds there is nothing like that. In every seed is a unique genetic code. It is a unique research product. But any questions from the audience, please? Yes. You have, yeah. Yeah.
Sir, I was just wondering, there is a BBSS that's been launched by Government of India, Bharatiya Bij Sahkari Samiti. So, yes, yeah. So, how is that going to organize with the existing systems?
Concept of BBSL is for producing farmer-safe seeds, and those whatever seed FPOs or other organizations are going to make. So nothing to worry about that because they are going to produce mostly the traditional seeds, the GI tag seeds or whatever is available with the farmers. So that is the concept for BBSL is the same, is there. So we have several other national level seed producing agencies like HIL, NAFED, and everybody is producing seed. So in the same way they are also there.
The only difference is that it is it would be in working in a cooperative manner, so the benefit will go to the farmer. That's the main thing. It is not a company which will earn profit, but it will share the profit with the farmers, so that more and more farmers get involved. It's like Amul.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I just wanted to ask one question related to Sathi portal. I think last time also we had a meeting on Sathi, and we have requested from industry that a uniform guidelines for the state should be there before the full implementation of Sathi. And we all know that Maharashtra has already started for the implementation. So we just wanted to request you to for the priority on uniform guidelines for Sathi implementation for states.
Their guidelines, it is I think Sathi is doesn't require a separate guideline. Sathi is what? It's a digitizing the existing guidelines and process. It is already following the existing legal framework. So use of Sathi require user manual, that is already there. We provide training also. So that is there. There is nothing which required to be issued, but certainly there are confusions that sometime implementation issues come, and that comes with any new things or new portal. And recently I was involved in Kisan Rin portal for Kisan credit cards. It was completely manual thing for providing them subsidy. Now it has come on on a portal. So more than around 2 lakh of bank branches were linked, and it was a horrible job to make everybody understand about how to use portal, how it is going to help, and हर दिन कोई एक ग्लिच आ जाता था, जी आपका सिस्टम नहीं चल रहा है, आपका ये नहीं चल रहा है, वो नहीं चल रहा है. तो we were resolving their issues even 3 AM in the morning. Last year I remember that everybody was, even रात को बैंक मैनेजर मैसेज करता है स्क्रीनशॉट दे करके कि जो है कोई मुझे सुनता ही नहीं है. So these things comes, and with the time we also gain experience, the other side also gain experience, and it gets implemented. Now those issues have gone. So like GST, when it was implemented, a lot of issues were there. So Sathi also, there would be issues. So there would be issues of understanding, and sometime we might have not thought of that this problem will come. So that will keep resolving those things. So that is there. This does not require any separate guideline. If you have any issue that you can flag to me, I will clarify it.
Sir, so my intention to put this for a uniform guideline is because I think we seed industry have already experienced this with the seed registration in states, that every state has their own rule, and we have struggling with every states when we are going to register our products. So like right now, if we see in the Maharashtra also for the Sathi, they are invoicing the distributors invoicing by the Sathi portal, which is done in that private project. And I think we have discussed the same during the meeting also. So these kind of small things are there.
These things will come. We clarified them, and we have that has been stopped.
Okay.
So that we have already clarified them immediately. So whenever you will bring, because it's a big country and a lot of people are there.
Sir.
Somebody will bring some innovation from his own side also.
Yes.
So despite giving issuing guidelines. So
that's
if something comes, please bring in our
So that's why this is just a request that it's if
बहुत क्लियर है मैडम, जब कोई भी पोर्टल जहाँ पे कि आपका डायनेमिक डेटा होता है, जहाँ पे कि डेटा रोज हर सेकंड चेंज हो रहा होगा, वहाँ पे स्टैटिक डेटा वाला कंसेप्ट नहीं चल पाता है. अगर कोई स्टेट 1 महीने बाद डेटा उसमें फिल कर रहा है, तब तक तो वो सब सीड उधर से बिक चुका है, तो मतलब दोस्त ग्लिचेस आते हैं। ये डायनेमिक डेटा हो जाएगा अगर स्टेट टाइमली डेटा उसमें फीड कर रहे हैं, कितना सीड प्रोड्यूस हुआ, कहाँ पे हो रहा है, ये सारा चीज़, तो दैट विल बी स्लोली हो जाएगा। अभी लगता है थोड़ा दिक्कत तो
इनका दो इशू था, एक था
वो
कि
तो
फाइनेंशियल थिंग दे डोंट वांट टू डिस्क्लोज एंड दे शुड नॉट, एंड सम सिमिलरली द अदर थिंग वाज दैट देयर आईपी थिंग शुड बी प्रोटेक्टेड। दिस अ वेल
Sir, allow me, sir. I understand this is absolutely a pilot run what's going on these days, and
not now pilot.
Nahi.
It's now fully implemented.
Yes, this is fully implemented in Maharashtra, but what we are seeing that we are getting notices. I mean, companies are getting notices. जब तक ये fully implement नहीं हो जाता, because right now we are also in testing phases, right? And companies, when they get notice, when we are also trying and testing the things, this is something which we were not expecting. So these are the things when we actually wanted for a uniform guideline from
कोई बात
the
नहीं,
central.
जहाँ कहीं आपको नोटिस वगैरह आता है, प्लीज ब्रिंग इन माई नोटिस, है ना, आई विल इमीडिएटली इंटरवीन, है ना। मैंने बोला ना, कुछ जगह पर थोड़ा ओवर इंथुजियास्टिक लोग भी होते हैं। अब चूंकि वहाँ सीएम साहब ने बोल दिया है कि अब साथी के बगैर सीट नहीं बिकेगा, तो नीचे थोड़ा प्रेशर चला गया है, और कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, तो वो इस तरह के इश्यूज विल गेट इट रिजॉल्व, डोंट वरी।
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you. It's in continuation of previous question, Sir, Sati portal. Regarding this QR code implementation with package of practices, November is the deadline. Now I think we are already starting for the Rabi packaging. So we want your guidance, sir, because we decided.
I am aware of the thing.
Please, sir. Thank you. Because
मैंने बोला ना, आने वाले समय में आपको उसकी भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, एक ही QR कोड में सब मिल जाएगा।
So right now that November deadline is not.
नहीं, November deadline is there. So after November, we might that your demand is that to relieve from that printing of that thing, printing of manual. So that can be done. That's not a big issue.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Sir, my question.
Who is that?
This.
Yeah.
Actually, I am talking from the farmer's perspective. Even though we have a huge growth potential, but we don't have proper market for our produce. Recently, we found that in hot pepper, that is a dry chili, that earlier there was a huge market, more than 100 metric tons. Now this year suddenly it dropped to 50 to 60%. Now it is just 40 to 50 metric tons market. So thing is that farmers, they are discouraged now from shifting from agriculture to some other sectors. So my question is that, is there any mechanism to provide such good markets for the farmers, or any other help from government side to liquidate their produce so that the market size should remain same?
Very difficult system, because we are always, since our independence, whatever the agriculture development is there, it is all production based, not the consumption based system has been developed. है ना, जो प्रोड्यूस होता है वो आता है मार्केट में, कभी वो ज़्यादा आएगा कभी कम आएगा। ऐसा नहीं कि हमारी कंजम्पशन है, प्याज की कंजम्पशन है इतनी, तो किसान उतना ही प्रोड्यूस करे, क्योंकि यू कैन नॉट चेक द फार्मर्स दैट यू डोंट प्रोड्यूस ओनियन because this much farmers have taken up this onion, so you don't go for that. And the same thing with the cost. अगर ज़्यादा किसान चिली आ गया मार्केट में, सस्ता हो गया, नहीं बीमारी लगी, नहीं अच्छी वैरायटी आ गई हैं, प्रोडक्शन बढ़ गया है, एरिया उतना ही है, बट द प्रोडक्शन हैज़ इंक्रीज, उतना मार्केट नहीं मिला, तो अब हम किसी को कह नहीं सकते ना कि आप प्याज अब शाम को खाने में दो मिर्चा खाना ही पड़ेगा, ऐसा तो नहीं कहा जा सकता ना। सो दैट इज़ कंजम्पशन बेस्ड हम लोग कभी नहीं कर सकते इसको, बट यस सम मार्केट इंटेलिजेंस कैन बी देयर कि अब क्या डिमांड हो सकती है सीड की, क्योंकि सीड में हमेशा आपको एक साल पहले प्रोड्यूस करना है, दैट इज़ द इशू। अदरवाइज यू कैन नॉट सेट द डिमांड for next year 2-3 years. So that's why in breeder seed production system साथी पोर्टल पे हम लोग 2 साल 3 साल तक की डिमांड की बात करने लगे हैं. ऑयल सीड में जैसे ऑयल सीड में ये सिस्टम लाया जाता है कि भाई इतना सीड हमें इस समय तक चाहिए, आप अब उसके लिए आप फाउंडेशन बनाना है, आपको सर्टिफाई बनाना है, वो आपको ब्रीडर सीड तक का पूरी चेन आप आज ही से बताओ कि आपको 3 साल बाद कितना सीड है. तो दैट विल गिव यू ए एश्योर्ड मार्केट फॉर सीड, नॉट फॉर द प्रोडक्ट. उसका क्या होगा वो कोई नहीं जानता है. उस समय प्रोडक्ट की क्या कीमत होगी ये तो नहीं कह सकते, बट सीड के लिए एश्योर्ड है मार्केट.
सर बात ठीक है कि अभी हमारा सिस्टम सप्लाई बेस्ड है, कंजम्पशन बेस्ड नहीं है, बट ऐसा नहीं कि हम कंजम्पशन बेस्ड सिस्टम नहीं बना सकते. वाई आई एम सेइंग कि जो वैल्यू चेन बेस्ड सिस्टम बनाना है, दैट गिव्स यू पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ क्रिएटिंग ए डिमांड बेस्ड एंड कंजम्पशन बेस्ड सिस्टम. क्योंकि अभी आप जैसे जो आपने ब्राज़ील वाली बात मैंने कही और आपने भी उसको इंडोर्स किया कि मैंने भी देखा है, और ठीक है हमारे यहाँ कमोडिटी एक्सचेंज का इशू है, बट देयर कैन बी द अल्टरनेटिव. सो वहाँ पर सीड का डिज़ाइनिंग या सीड की जो कस्टमाइजेशन, जैसे अभी हमने सीड कस्टमाइजेशन की बात कही, तो वो कस्टमाइजेशन होती है बिकॉज ऑफ द कंज्यूमर प्रेफरेंस. कंज्यूमर क्या डिमांड कर रहा है उसके हिसाब से वो प्रोडिक्ट करते हैं कि इतने हमें रिक्वायरमेंट होगी, और उतना फिर किसान को देते हैं, फिर उसी तरह का सीड डेवलप करते हैं, सब कुछ करते हैं. So that can be possible with if the fragmented this system of this farmers, because हमारे यहाँ फार्मर बहुत छोटे छोटे हैं, तो उनको हम जो है क्लस्टर्स में लाएं, क्लस्टर बेस्ड अप्रोच अपनाएं. फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन क्लस्टर बेस्ड अप्रोच, अगर वो FPOs कैन कोऑर्डिनेट विद द सीड कंपनीज, कैन कोऑर्डिनेट विद द बायर्स, तो वो सिस्टम लाया जा सकता है जहाँ की डिमांड के आधार पे ही प्रोडक्शन हो. क्योंकि अभी प्रोडक्शन की प्रोडिक्शन हम इसलिए नहीं कर पाते क्योंकि डिमांड की हमने प्रोडिक्शन नहीं की है कि डिमांड किस डायरेक्शन में जा रहा है, कहाँ से क्या होगा. वो सिस्टम सर्टेनली एक कॉम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम होगा. कुछ बनाने की कोशिश की गई है, DFPD में थोड़ा सा काम हुआ है उस पर, लेकिन अभी भी ये बहुत ही जो है इनिशियल स्टेज पे है. बट वंस दैट वी हैव ऑल द डेटा टुगेदर, आई थिंक वी कैन वर्क ऑन दैट. बट इसमें फार्मर्स को साथ आना पड़ेगा. कंपनियों की प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि वो उनको 100 फार्मर के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करना हो तो इट बिकम्स वेरी प्रॉब्लमेटिक फॉर देम. एक के साथ करना हो तो वो बहुत आसान हो जाता है. तो वो फार्मर्स अगर एक में ग्रुप में आएंगे तो इट इज़ पॉसिबल कि हम डिमांड बेस्ड सिस्टम भी, कंजम्पशन बेस्ड सिस्टम भी डिज़ाइन कर सकें, और उसमें आपका प्रोडक्ट का बिकना जो है वो अश्योर्ड भी हो सकता है.
But sir, I think you are very right that we must make an attempt to give some guidance to the farmers before they, or MSP is supposed to give some kind of a guidance to farmers before they plant any crop. But I think mathematical models nowadays are very much possible. We discussed this. I was a member of Dr. Paroda committee which submitted a report to the PSA on, and one of the subjects we discussed was forecasting system. And there is a possibility that I mean, for a country which developed a UPI, I don't think it's very difficult to develop a mathematical model which can actually, it can never predict 100%, but if it is in the ballpark, then people will get guided by that. I think this will be a good project. I think if government can take this up, it will be very nice.
Actually, with the agri-stack coming, I think it will become very much easier
actually,
to do that.
One of the things, sir, is that we must have a digitized data system of output, which we don't have today. From farm to the fork, can we give digitization, digital ID to output and track it throughout the system? Because otherwise, like you mentioned, Brazil has, many of these large countries have 5-6 elevators, as they call them elevators, who actually buy the produce. In India, we have lakhs of them who buy the produce. So it is very difficult to bring very large this thing, but in our own way, I think we can do it. The warehousing system is coming up now in a big way. And if we can give, and there is a model, I'll send it to you. We have developed it actually. I'll share it with you so that one can discuss it in the government. Yeah, this lady has a question, yeah. Switch it on.
Hello, yeah. So continuing Mr. Shah sir's point, actually for any industry, like for most industries to prosper, we have to open the export window. And right now, farmers despite their tremendous efforts, there is a very big pesticide and chemical use. And like Chalaraju sir also said, most of this, we have very good varieties today which are multi-disease and multi-pest tolerant. However, farmer does lot of precautionary spraying to avoid any prospective diseases, and thereby the pesticide residue on this produce is becoming very high, which is disqualifying us from export market. So farmer right now doesn't have an awareness that he is not supposed to use more than this much of certain chemical, because it's all dependent on sales from counters and retail counters pushing that you use this, it is good for you. So there should be some awareness on awareness to farmers that they should not be using more than this, or even better, like European countries, if we can ban some harmful pesticides and chemicals, that will open the window for a very huge export market. And once our tomatoes, our chilies and everything starts getting exported, farmers will get huge amount of, they will enjoy good profits compared to what they can get in the local market. And that is one of the reasons why hot pepper market crashed this year, because there was not much export demand. I don't know why there was not much demand, whether it was supply or whether it's pesticide residue. But the last 2 years prior, when there was very good export demand, the industry flourished. There is now the acreage is almost down to 20 or 30% compared to last 2 years because of exports.
जवाब यहाँ पे राजवीर सिंह जी बैठे हुए हैं ना, बताइए भाई, एग्रोकेमिकल और सीड का कोई कोरिलेशन बताइए।
I think so. If I can add to, so that's a ground reality, but it's not that it cannot be solved. I can give you an example, which you can extrapolate that why it cannot be addressed. 7-8 years back, export of grape, table grape, was totally banned from Maharashtra. Now, what's the solution? We leave the farmer, ruin them, and do whatever they want to do it. What is the other option is to work with them, ask them to follow the good agriculture practices. And you know what happened in 5 to 7 years? The fresh table grape is being, you find in Europe. Same thing is happening in pomegranate, same thing is happening in basmati, non-basmati in Punjab. It's all about how you work with the farmers together with the government machineries. So there are a lot more examples to talk about that, how we moved from safe food, let me call it as a safe food, residue compliant, to less number of where you find the excessive MRLs, or what we call the exceeding quantity of pesticides or chemicals in the food, right? We know that our land holdings are very small. Sometimes farmer also does it. Go to the Punjab. I can give you an example. Sitting over here, it's a competition. उसने 2 ढोलकी किया है, वो ETL नहीं देखता है, मैं 3 क्यों नहीं करूँ? That's another problem which has been solved. Like, you know, so industry is aware of it, but at the same time, if you look at what's happening today is industry together and a lot of companies has moved from kilos and liters to few gram and few mLs, the dosages which are just coming up. Government is also working, and let me complete Dr. P.K. Singh, who is the chairman CIB and RC, they had also fast forwarded that the safer, newer molecules which are very specific, very hard on the harmful, and very gentle and soft on the non-target organisms over there. So there is a lot of efforts over there, but let's not get bogged down by very minuscule examples, like, you know. This is the last point from, you know, if you allow me, let's also change our thought process. Why to produce safe food only for export? Do you think we should not care about our fellow Indians? And that's where this food chain partnership has started, like, you know, with PepsiCo, with the people who are procuring tomatoes, and there are plenty of examples, like, you know. FSSAI, not FSII, Food Safety Standards Authority of India, is also working on that to ensure that whatever the produce is coming up meets those requirements which has been set by national organizations, FSII or CIB, RC, and so on and so forth. So, sir, I can speak, you know, for hours together, but just to give you a flavor that what industry is doing together with the help of state government, central government, NGOs, and a lot of other food companies.
He can speak for next.
अच्छा एग्जांपल जो है ना, वो 50,000 करोड़ का जो बासमती अभी गया हुआ है, उसी हरियाणा पंजाब से गया है, जो कि बदनाम है कि बहुत ज़्यादा पेस्टिसाइड यूज़ करते हैं. All that is from that area.
But you know, I want to also go back to what JS sir said, that the future is in value chains. If you are developing a value chain, the person who is developing value chain will take care of pesticide residues. The closest example for you, you're from Andhra, the closest example for you is ITC's chili value chain development, how they developed in Guntur and Khammam districts and how they export from there. And none of their consignments got rejected. So it is actually, if you build those closed loop systems and value chains, then that is the safest method of controlling this kind of thing. In an open market system, it is much more difficult because there you need more education, like you said. But we have to build, I mean, grapes example he gave is also a value chain example. I think value chains is the future. And of course,
now,
like
again,
Dr.
sir,
Singh
in case
said,
of medicinal and aromatic plants, medicinal plants are very sensitive for the MRLs. So all those companies, like big companies like Badnath and others, they have their captive farmers. They go for hand holding. They go for their all this whatever package of practices are there. They ask them to follow, and then they purchase only when it is free from all those things. Because in medicinal, it is very difficult. If you have something, anything extra, they will not approve.
Even organic production, which takes place, organic food production, is also closely controlled affair, and with the catchment area of farmers, and then you are able to control the application of pesticides and chemicals there. Okay, so I think last question from you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you know, as you mentioned, Saathi portal seems to be a very good initiative, although we have to see, I mean, long way to go. But, sir, what you feel, you know, how it will address the infringement cases, because we talked about IP. So whether it will be able to, you know, curb those infringement, the Me Too in seeds, because objective is to provide quality seeds to farmers. Thank you.
So it will be, because it is, we are not going to capture your the data related to that your parent seeds and other things. So it is only capturing the journey. So whatever those things you have given, like I have also spoken about the seed Aadhaar. If we go for the seed Aadhaar, if we develop a system where all that biometrics or the DNA is that saved, so that would be a different protocol. It will just only interact for verifying. It is not going to disclose. It is not going to be disclosed for anybody. But this Saathi is like only just capturing the travel of from one means nucleus till distributor till the farmer. So then you can verify the whole chain. So then it would be easier, like if some seed have been that has been beyond Saathi, then people will not buy this, because they will be knowing that this is whichever is coming with the Saathi certification, that is good seed, that is verified seed. So beyond that, anything which is coming, that is not good. So they have to take chance, and they have to be they have to deliberately buy that for their own waste of their expenditure. So this mahal has to be created with the Saathi, with more and more its usage of it. So it is not, we are not taking that your IP thing.
No, that's okay, sir. I'm saying, let's say it's my variety, but there may be a fly-by-night operator or that kind of a company which will, you know, get my parents, because we mentioned that organizers are same, so they will get our parents also. They will also register under Saathi. They will also, you know, that will be the, they will make it everything
How
formal.
can they register with the Saathi? When if they are registered on the Saathi, then they have to show from where they have taken this. They have to give the track of their whole, from where they have taken the nucleus, where they have taken the it's a parent, and where they have taken that foundation seed. Everything they have to declare. So if he is on Saathi, then he cannot do that. There is no option to do that. And the only option will remain that people beyond Saathi would be selling the seed. So then it's very easy to capture them, because that is non-Saathi certified. If he is using some Saathi logo, then it can be verified whether it is correct or not. है ना, मैंने एक कंपनी बना ली, मैं साथी पर रजिस्टर नहीं हूँ, और आपकी सीट अपने पैकेट में भर के मैंने जो है साथी का लोगो लगा के बेच दिया. बट एनीबडी कैन वेरीफाई ना, दैट यू कैन जस्ट पुट ऑन द साथी सर्च प्लेटफॉर्म, देन यू विल फाइंड कि ये तो गलत है, ये झूठा नंबर दिया हुआ है, ये तो किसी और कंपनी का है.
हाँ सर, जैसे आजकल ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड बहुत होता है,
हाँ।
तो क्यूआर कोड में भी अगर आई मीन उस तरह का
अब
अगर शुरू हो गया
देखिए
तो
अब वो तो अब हम ऑनलाइन
अब
सिस्टम
पूरा
के
दुनिया
अच्छाई बुराई पे चले जाएंगे। ऑनलाइन सिस्टम वो प्रॉब्लम रहेंगी तो वी हैव टू कीप इवॉल्विंग।
अभी आया
आप
नहीं,
तो
हाँ।
बैंक में ऐसा थोड़ी है, बैंक फिर भी आप सारे ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन कर रहे हो बैंक से, डिस्पाइट कि ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड हो रहे हैं। सो वी आर डूइंग दैट, सो वी हैव टू लिव विद दैट। वो तो बीच बीच में आएंगे, उनको हमें कैप्चर करना है, उसके आगे हमें बढ़ना है, वो डाल हम पात ऐसे चलना पड़ेगा।
But sir, the
होगी ना कि रिटेलर को हमने कितना दिया था, और अगर सारे रिटेलर रसीद से बेच रहे हैं, अगर अपने यहाँ सीड जो भी आपने उसको दिया रसीद से बेचे हैं, तो आपके पास डे टू डे इन्फॉर्मेशन होगी कि हमारा सीड इसके यहाँ ख़त्म हो रहा है कि नहीं ख़त्म हो रहा है। और अगर वो एक्स्ट्रा कहीं से बेच रहा है तो वो पता चल जाएगा कि आपका दिए तो थे रिटेलर को 10 कुंटल और बेच दिया 25 कुंटल, कहाँ से बेचा
वो दूसरा ब्रांड नेम पे देगा सर, दैट फेलो हु हैज टेकन इट।
दूसरा देगा तो वो रसीद नहीं होगी ना, उसकी
हाँ।
पे तो वो अपने यहाँ से तो फिर
उसको पकड़ना आसान हो जाएगा,
एचटी कॉटन टाइप का होगा,
पकड़ना आसान हो जाएगा।
Sir, just one suggestion. In tire business, when you buy a tire, you get a SMS that you bought a genuine tire. तो वो कर सकते हैं साथ में भी। अच्छा, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your time and for answering all the questions. So that brings us to the end of this session, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And thank you all very much, and thanks to all of you. So before we have, you want to make some announcements?
Yes.
Yeah. Back to you.
So we'll before we head on for a panel photo, we would take a moment to honor the guests on the dais, please. May I please request Mr. Ram Kornia to present a small memento to Dr. Ajit Kumar Sahu, please. Thank you, sir. May I please request Ms. Paramita Ghosh to present a small memento to Dr. P.K. Singh, please. Thank you so much. I would like to request all panelists to move forward for a session picture. This will be followed by a group picture. Right after the session photo, I would like to request everybody to come towards the stage and we'll have a group picture. I would also like to request Mr. Ram Kornia to present a small memento to Dr. Deepal Roy Chaudhary, please. Thank you, sir. Requesting everybody at the audience to kindly gather towards the stage and we'll have a group picture. So you can continue. No. Yes, sir. You can stay. Just remember, if you can see the camera can see you. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the session and conference today, I would like to thank our speakers, our panelists, and everybody for contributing to this enriching discussion. The knowledge exchanged here has not only been thought-provoking, but also instrumental in charting the course for future action. We at FSII look forward to see you at our future events. Signing off for today. May you have a great day ahead.